Good afternoon and welcome back to Southern California. We are live from the Sender One Gym in Los Angeles for the culmination of the Pan American Championships. It is the men's combined final. There are 8 men participating and they are all gunning for a spot not only on the top of the podium but at the Olympic Games in Tokyo in August. Charlie Bosco and Megan Martin here to talk you through it as we were yesterday. And Megan, before we talk about today's action, we just have to talk about yesterday. Almost unbearable drama at times.
The drama was so intense yesterday. Alana Yip struggled at the pre-qualifying event and during the combined qualifier, and I've never seen an athlete turn it on in a moment like that the way she did. And to walk away with an Olympic spot, everybody was in tears.
Yeah, all the climbers today are betting the farm on today's outcome. Alana Yip delivered yesterday. And as I said, we've got 8 men competing today. As with yesterday and as with all combined competitions, it will be speed, followed by boulder, followed by lead. This is how it went in the qualifiers. It's the top 8 on that list that made it through to today's final. So that's everyone down to and including Cesar Grosso of Brazil. So Sean Bailey, Zach Gallen, Colin Duffy, Carlos Grania, Danny Valencia, Xander Waller, Jose Ramon, Santos Bull and Cesar Grosso. Brennan Hoyle narrowly missing out in 9th place. As with all combined competitions at the IFSC, your scores, your points, the number on the far right is your 3 rankings multiplied by each other. So if we look at Jason Hollowatch there in 11th, it was 14th in speed, multiplied by 4th in boulder, multiplied by 17th in lead, gave him 952 points. Sadly not enough for a place in the final today. Competition was pretty fierce a couple of days ago on Friday afternoon when the qualifying round took place, but it's going to be even fiercer this afternoon. There is only 1 slot on the top of the podium. As I said, there is only 1 slot available at the Tokyo Olympic Games. The climbers have had several opportunities to qualify. We had the Hachioji World Championships in August of last year when some Olympic slots were handed out. We then had the Olympic selection event in Toulouse in November where more slots were handed out, and this is now last chance saloon. If you don't make it here, the Olympic dream is over, and sadly for 7 of the climbers today it will come to an end here in Sender One. But for one climber and one climber only, the dream will come true today, and the emotion yesterday when Alana Yip made it was absolutely overwhelming for everyone in Sender One, including those sitting in the commentary box who did find their bottom lips wobbling ever so slightly. Alana Yip's outpouring of emotion. It's hard to believe that our hearts are going to be able to take another day of that drama, but that's exactly what we've got, and this is where it will start, on the speed wall. If you haven't watched speed climbing before, it's a route that the climbers know well and have practiced many times, and it is simply a race to the top against your opponent. In the final, it's not about time, it's about beating your opponent. Each climber will get 3 runs, and by the end of those 3 runs, we'll talk you through how the order works exactly a bit closer to the time, but at the end of those 3 runs, all the climbers will be ranked 1 to 8, and then they will head on to the 3 boulders. And speaking of the boulders, we were down talking to Chris Danielson, the chief route setter here at the Pan American Boulder Championships for the boulder. Set the climbers quite a challenge. This is World Cup standard boulders.
Definitely World Cup standard boulders, and lots of different styles and angles, and it's going to be tricky to see how the men approach these boulders and if they're able to find that success in just 4 minutes. I think it always comes down to that 4-minute clock, because that really only gives you a couple good tries, especially when you're on a steeper angle, and since 2 of the boulders are on very steep angles, it's going to make it tricky.
Yeah, 2 of the boulders extremely steep, very physical. Number 1 and number 3, they get a slight rest, certainly physically, on number 2. It's a little more technical slab, but they've got some very stern challenges on the boulder wall. And the lead route, no pushover either. Completely different style to what we've seen so far on the lead wall here at Sender One. So the climbers being introduced to the crowd now, and Cesar Grosso comes out first for Team Brazil. It's amazing for him to make it. What a story it would be if South America could get a climber into the Olympic Games. They came close yesterday. Alejandra Contreras and Valentino Aguado were both gunning for that spot. Neither could quite make it. Danny Valencia now introduced to the crowd, the 4th climber out. Here's his compatriot, Carlos Grania. No doubt that he is the fastest speed climber, but we saw yesterday big surprises on the speed wall. We need another one for today for him not to find first place there. Here's Colin Duffy, the only man to top the qualifying lead route. Out next, Zach Galler, also of the United States. 4 Americans into today's final. And the highest ranked climber from the qualifiers 2 days ago, Sean Bailey. He's had a medal in the IFSC Boulder World Cup, but still considered to be a lead specialist. So no matter how the speed goes, he can definitely make up ground on the remaining 2 disciplines. Speed definitely the weak link in his armoury, but he is considered by most people to be the favourite today, but he's got some very, very fierce competition. Unlike the women's final yesterday, where the slot was only available to some climbers because of country quotas, it's available to everyone today. Whoever wins here today will get that Olympic ticket. There are no ifs, no buts, no maybes.
It's definitely going to make today's competition a little more intense, which it's hard to even imagine after yesterday, but the fact that all 8 of these men have that shot for that Olympic spot really changes the narrative here, and everyone's going to be on their toes, and hopefully we see great competition where they're all able to perform their best.
Yeah, it was a strange vibe yesterday. As I said at the time, it's probably the only time Alana Yip will win a Pan American Championship and not really care that she won, because what mattered was being ahead of the non-Americans.
Exactly, which it is a strange thing in competition. You don't generally feel like that. It's all about winning that title of that competition usually, but here it's more of a stepping stone.
Yeah, the climbers will be out in about 10 minutes, by the way, and that's the speed wall that they'll participate on. 5.48 seconds is the men's world record on the speed wall. I don't think we will see that threatened today, but I would expect there's a couple of climbers who could get within a second of that. Very impressive times in the qualifying round. The top 4 qualified climbers all dipping under 7 seconds, and everybody dipping under 8. The slowest time, actually, Colin Duffy, 7.61. This gives you an idea of how far speed climbing times have come on. I mean, when this format for the Olympics, the combined format, was first announced, people were saying, well, I think in order to be a contender at the Olympics, you'll need to be about 7.5. Now, then people were saying, well, you probably need to go under 7. I think realistically, to be a contender at the Olympics, you've got to be getting towards 6. And times have been tumbling in recent years.
It's definitely becoming more and more common, and that's why I always wonder if, because so many people have been lead and bouldering specialists coming into this combined format and then having to put that time in on the speed route, and it's only been a year and a half, maybe 2 years. It'd be interesting to see what could happen if it was 3 or 4 years of really focusing on speed. I think that the numbers could just continue to drop, and you'd see some of those boulder and lead specialists become a speed specialist.
Little glimpse into the backstage area there. That won't be possible later on when there are isolation conditions applied, but obviously before the speed climbing, the climbers are not isolated in the same way. They already know the speed route, and we get a little glimpse behind the scenes. Josh Larson there on the left, Team USA coach, just having a few last-minute words with the team. Nobody looks too stressed. Sean Bailey there, I can't really imagine him and stress in the same sentence. But if he's ever going to be stressed, today is probably the day. There is an Olympic slot on the line. And yeah, I think he is probably the favourite, just about.
I think it's fair to say that Sean Bailey is the favourite this weekend, considering he's the most decorated athlete of the bunch in terms of his successes in other IFSC international events. But as we know, anything can happen, so he's going to need to be at the top of his game in every discipline today, because there are a lot of people that are also very talented that could be right on his heels, so we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, and because the rankings are multiplied together, not added, each position makes a huge difference. And I think one thing that we've seen as this combined format has evolved is that initially boulderers and lead climbers maybe didn't take speed that seriously and thought, well, I'll just get a bad result in speed and then make it up. But actually making up an 8th is really, really difficult, and I think everyone's cottoned on to the fact that, yeah, while speed might not be your best discipline and you might end up 4th, 5th, 6th, absolutely enormous. One of the longest lead walls we've seen in IFSC competition, and 52 moves, I believe, on the final lead route. So plenty for the climbers to be getting on with. The key, it seems, judging by what we saw yesterday with Alana just keeping her head, is you just need to stay in your zone all day, from the very first second to the last, because Alana Yip only secured that place at Tokyo 2020 by, what was it, a move and a half?
Yeah, I believe it was a move and a half, which was so stressful for us watching because we knew what she needed to do. Obviously, she did not know. And, you know, sometimes when you're lead climbing, you can see draws swing. I noticed that no draws were swinging when she walked out onto the floor, so you can't even get an idea of maybe what you need to do in order to be successful in that discipline. So it was definitely difficult to watch, and we were all very stressed as she approached that high point section of the route.
Everybody loves free stuff. Crowd in the free t-shirts. We are expecting a pretty big crowd here today. People still making their way into Sender One. We're about a mile south of LAX airport, and it is an absolutely fantastic facility. We've thoroughly enjoyed our week here, and this really the culmination of it. An Olympic slot up for grabs. It never quite seems real, but it is real. Somebody here will book their place at the Olympics. They will be in a very elite group, which is the 40 climbers who will become climbing's first Olympians. And that man there, Colin Duffy, he's gone from kind of youth climbing sensation, which was when I first became aware of him. We saw him in Youth World Championships with that amazing battling style he's got on the lead wall. He's had a big growth spurt, and he is now a serious contender.
He has had a big growth spurt. That was always the question. Everyone knew he was very talented, extremely strong, but he was a little bit on the smaller side. I mean, he still is smaller than most of the competitors, but the growth spurt that he has had really put him in a position to not be so at a disadvantage when it came to bouldering. Really, the biggest issue is the bouldering, not so much the lead climbing. It's the bouldering and how some of the moves can end up being a little bit too big for him, but it's not as much of an issue now, so he's looking to make a name for himself here.
Yeah, he certainly is. He was 8th in the speed in the qualifiers. Could really do with improving on that. As I mentioned earlier, if you are 8th, you leave yourself with a lot of work to do. If you can win a discipline, you're in an incredibly strong position. Colin Duffy, you would say, having qualified 8th in the speed, if he was to win, it would be something of a shock. But I think if he could find himself somewhere around 5th or 6th, he would probably settle for that. The climbers run in the first 4 races. Each climber will appear once, and the winner of each race then goes into the top half of the draw. So if you win your very first race, you are guaranteed to be between 1st and 4th in the rankings. If you lose your first race, you're going to be between 5th and 8th. So a lot decided in the first 7-8 seconds of your day, and it will be Carlos Grania first taking on Colin Duffy of the United States. It's because Carlos qualified first, and as a reward for that, he runs against Colin, who qualified 8th. Just so you know, the starting orders in each discipline are determined by how the climbers perform in that discipline on the qualifying day. So we already have these start orders confirmed. That is a change in the rules for 2020. So we already know what order the climbers will start on the boulders, and we also know what order they will start on the lead wall as well. This is how it works. As I say, if you win your first race, you move right into the winner pairings, and if you lose your first race, you move left into the somewhat harshly titled loser pairings. And we race from there, and as I say, you'll be ranked between 1 and 8. So it's Carlos Grania first up against Colin Duffy, and then Jose Ramon Santos Bull against Cesar Grosso, and then Danny Valencia against Sander Waller, and then finally an all-American affair of Zach Gallagher against Sean Bailey. It's a high-pressure start for the climbers, and as I say, they won't have run on the speed wall today. They don't really get a chance to ease into things. If you lose that first race, you already know you're leaving the speed wall with that best 5th. So it's a high-pressure situation. A few more climbers, by the way, just walking underneath our commentary position. Valentino Guardo's just passed underneath. She narrowly missed out on the Olympic slot yesterday. Still doesn't look too happy about it, and I can understand why. It was pretty tense yesterday here in Sender One, and it's very likely to be the same a few hours from now. But first up, speed climbing.
I think we're going to see a similar trend in the speed climbing discipline today as we did yesterday, with the South Americans really trying to get up into those top spots, because this is the discipline that they do excel at a bit more than some of the U.S. athletes with those lower times in the 6s.
Yeah, Zach Galler, the only one of the 4 Americans to dip under 7 seconds. He dipped well under it, 6.72 his qualification time. But he was the only one of Team USA to make the mark. And he may get home, watch the replay of this and think, oh, they were filming when I was air drumming, really? Always be aware of the camera. That's my advice at IFSC events. And we still see him going at it there on his air drums over on the top left of your screen. But on with the action, Carlos Grania out first. As I say, qualified in first place, 6.30, his best time from 2 days ago. And he takes on Colin Duffy, 7.61 for him. Carlos Grania, the highest ranked qualifier in the speed. Colin Duffy, the lowest. So just getting familiar once again with the start position, and then they'll be clipped in by the belays. All auto belays these days, no more belays taking the slack in manually. Perfect descent belay devices used all round. Climbers ready to go. Ecuador on the left, United States on the right. This replacing the top half of the speed. Quick reaction from Carlos Grania, and Colin Duffy slipped almost immediately, and Carlos Grania slows right down and gets the job done in about a second slower than we know he can. And don't seem to have any times on screen, but it was Carlos Grania who took it. Colin Duffy now guaranteed to be somewhere between 5th and 8th in the overall standings.
Carlos Grania had a fantastic run, really quick out of the start. Noticed that Colin wasn't next to him and could take a second there and keep going, though I do think that is a risky move, because sometimes other things can happen, but turned out to be a clean run there for him.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, the difficulty of having someone next to you. There's a lot to be said for completely ignoring them. It's a lot easier said than done. Here's Jose Ramon Santos Bull of Mexico taking on Cesar Grosso of Brazil. Jose about 0.3 of a second quicker than Cesar in the qualifiers on Friday. So a slight favourite, but this race 2 is normally, in theory, the closest to the first 4 races. If the timing system works, by the way, you should see a blue number appear on the screen just after the climbers start. That's the reaction time. Sadly, we don't have it. We don't seem to have any times at all, so let's just focus on the race. And this is a close one. I think Cesar Grosso might just take this one. He does. And dips under 7 seconds as well, quicker than he managed in the qualifiers, and he is safely through.
And that's what's so cool about the speed discipline, is you never know, just because someone comes in with a higher time, anything can happen, and we just saw that there from Cesar Grosso. Really nice run for him. They were both so quick out of that start, keeping that momentum and keeping it a very exciting race up until that end.
So Danny Valencia will be next out, taking on Xander Waller of the USA. Here they come. Danny Valencia will be over on the left. About 0.7 of a second quicker, 6.68 his best time in the qualifiers versus Xander Waller's 7.39.
I feel like it's sometimes hard to notice that the athletes sometimes do the speed route in a different way, but I always find it to be so cool, all of the different betas that they can use. And you even notice it straight from the start, whether they start with 2 hands on one hold or 1 on each.
Yeah, you'd have thought a set way of doing the route would have emerged, but it's not been the case. People are constantly finding slightly quicker variations. You can do slightly different start position from both, but both methods work pretty well in this one. A very close race as well, but there's a stumble from Xander Waller means that Danny Valencia takes it. Quick time as well, and safely through into the top half of the draw.
Danny Valencia was so explosive right from the start, and the way he was just being so powerful with those jumps for the last couple 2 holds. I mean, that's a lot of leg power. It's very impressive to see. He was so aggressive and just attacked that run. It's really interesting. He's not that tall, too. I think it's always so impressive to see when the speed climbers are more on the shorter side and just that explosiveness. It's so cool.
Final race of this initial round of 4. Zach Galler now taking on Sean Bailey. As I mentioned earlier, Zach Galler, the only American in the qualifiers to go under 7. Sean Bailey, very good on the boulders and exceptional in the lead. He's got his work cut out if he wants to finish in the top half of speed. Remember, whoever wins this race knows they'll finish in the top half of the rankings for the speed climbing. Zach Galler, the clear favourite, should have around a half-second advantage over Sean Bailey, but a half-second is not an awful lot. A slip or a miss at the timing pad, and Sean Bailey could easily take this one. Both away cleanly, and Sean Bailey more than keeping up with Zach Galler, but Zach just beginning to open up a little bit of a lead, and it's enough to see him through. He does progress into the top half of the draw. Zach Galler, 6.775.
And when a lot of the U.S. athletes switched over to working on their speed, Zach Galler was one of the U.S. athletes that started to excel quite quickly, being such a powerful climber. But the consistency is something he's had to work on, and it's clearly paying off that work, because he's getting more and more consistent every time he competes in the speed discipline.
I don't think Sean Bailey will be unhappy there. The reality is he was not favourite to win the race, but he had a nice clean run, a pretty decent time, just over 7 seconds. I don't think that's a bad start at all for him.
It's definitely a great start for Sean Bailey. I think that the more you can put up those faster times for yourself and become more consistent in this discipline where so many things can happen, I think the better you feel each time you go into it.
Yeah, so race 5, the next race up, will be the runner-up from race 1 against the runner-up from race 2. So that's Colin Duffy against Jose Ramos Santos Bull. And then it'll be the runner-up of race 3 against the runner-up of race 4. So Xander Waller will take on Sean Bailey. Winner of race 1 against winner of race 2 is Carlos Grania against Cesar Gross. And then finally in the next round, it will be Danny Valencia, who won race 3 against Zach Galler, who we've just seen beating Sean Bailey. And there you can see it, the winners from those first races move right, runs up, move left. After that, each climber will get one more run, and we will have our rankings, and suddenly, before we know it, we are onto the boulder wall.
So far, no extremely dramatic moments like we had in the women right off the bat. We've got one upset so far, which I think keeps it exciting, but I always like when we don't see false starts or falls. That's the best, because then you know the athletes are at least able to complete it and feel good about that completion, because it's just so hard to watch people have those mess up moments and know that they didn't have a chance to put it all out there.
Yeah, it was only Colin Duffy who really had a big slip, and it'd be interesting to see that again. I suspect he just had to take a few risks to have any chance of progressing. Which
I think is an okay thing to do in a situation like that. If you know someone coming in to your race has a much faster time than you, you have to take that risk. And, you know, he has more chances to improve his score, or his placement, so it's not over for him.
No, as I say, sometimes in speed climbing it seems worth it to take a risk. Colin Duffy, I suspect, was taking a bit of a risk low down, had to go absolutely full tilt against someone who knew by the same token he could not go full tilt, and Colin slipped in the process of doing that. So he will be first out against Jose Ramon Santos Bull. Second of 3 rounds, coming up. After that, it's on to the boulder wall. It's been interesting, actually, over the past few years, speed walls popping up in gyms around the world. Something I could never have imagined seeing 5 years ago.
Yeah, it definitely is due to that combined format, because people needed a place to be able to practice it, and you're at a serious disadvantage if you are trying to be successful and go into that Olympic format and hopefully qualify. If you don't have a speed wall, you're really not set up nicely. So, I mean, I've heard of people driving hours to go train speed. So if you're lucky enough to have a wall in your gym, you're in a great spot.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, I think there was an initial reaction when the combined format was announced that you could kind of survive not being very good at speed, but that's not proven to be the case. Enough climbers have basically taken up the challenge of speed that now you'll be left behind if you are not running, I think, under 7, realistically, the men's side of things.
Yeah, you really need to be in the 7s, and I think the issue too is that the competition level is so high in boulder and lead. It's so deep that you can't guarantee a first place spot, so you can't really take the risk of throwing one discipline out and, you know, taking whatever placement there.
Colin Duffy now against Jose Ramon Santos Bull, 5th race of the day. Whoever wins this one, by the way, will end up either 5th or 6th in speed. Whoever loses it will end up 7th or 8th, and that is actually a huge difference when the scores are multiplied together. You can see both climbers got the same starting method, both holding the lower of the 2 starting handholds. Really good start on the right from Jose Ramon, but then almost stumbles almost immediately, and Colin Duffy takes the lead and takes the win. Look at the reaction from Colin Duffy. He's such a competitor, and knows that could be absolutely massive. He's going to be 5th or 6th on the speed wall, which, considering he qualified 8th, is a pretty good result, actually.
It's a great result for Colin Duffy, and honestly, I feel like the tension was really high for that race because, like you said, the 5th versus 6th place, or I'm sorry, the being 5th or 6th versus 7th or 8th, that's a huge difference going into the next few disciplines. And for someone like Colin Duffy, who really excels at bouldering in lead, 5th or 6th is a much better result after a disappointing first run.
Xander Waller now on the left, closest to our camera, taking on Sean Bailey. Sean, as we've mentioned a couple of times, probably the favourite for today. I think if you offered him 5th or 6th on the speed wall, I think he probably would have taken that at the start of the day. Anything other than 7th or 8th, really, I think he's got to be considered a reasonably good result for someone who is by no means a speed specialist. He qualified 7th, Sean. Xander Waller, meanwhile, 7.39 for him. Excuse me, Sean 6th and Xander 7th in the qualifiers. So this one should be pretty close. Xander Waller on the left, Sean Bailey on the right. I think we will have the blue graphics on screen showing the reaction time. We do, and you can see both away in about 0.2 of a second, and both very evenly matched in the middle section, but a big slip from Sean Bailey cost him. And Xander Waller goes through. It will be 7th or 8th for Sean Bailey. Xander Waller progresses. Sean Bailey drops down, having lost both his first 2 races, and as I say, will end up either 7th or 8th in the overall standings.
And both men were really neck and neck halfway through that run, but then that little slip just threw Sean off and then actually fully off of the wall, which sometimes we see the speed climbers recover, but he was unable to do so. So Xander Waller putting himself in a nice position.
Carlos Grania now on the left, taking on Cesar Grosso. Carlos the favourite here, favourite really to win the speed climbing part of today's competition. If he can win this, whoever can win this will progress to the big final, essentially the playoff for 1st and 2nd. Carlos really taking his time getting ready. Cesar Grosso looks like he just wants to get on with things. He's been clipped in for quite a while.
That's also an interesting place to just be waiting. I feel like the pressure just builds if you have to wait a little bit longer before you approach the wall.
That's the timing pad. So your time begins when you leave that pad. Clean start from both, and Carlos got a big lead early on after Cesar slipped on the second move, and Carlos takes it with a quick time. He is safely into the top 2. Good result from him. As I said, he was favourite, and they both got away cleanly, but Cesar Grosso, before we could even blink, had fallen on pretty much the second movement, and he will finish 3rd or 4th, which is not too bad a result, all things considered. Carlos Grania looks like he is going to do what is required, which is get a very good result in speed climbing, knowing that that is his favourite discipline. He progresses to the 1st place, 2nd place playoff, which will be the final race we see today.
I'm sure that's a bit of relief there for Carlos Grania, and having such clean runs on top of that, he can only feel more confident going into that. next run.
Danny Valencia now takes on Zach Galla of the United States. Yeah, one thing we've seen in this combined format as well is if you do have a strong discipline, you've got to make it count. And Carlos Granier's certainly done that. We'll see whether he can convert it into a win. And we'll see here who he will race to determine first place. Whoever wins this one will take on Carlos Granier for first place in the speed. The runner-up will take on Cesar Grosso for third place. And this one's very tight. Danny Valencia had a lead, then Zach Galla had a lead, and it's Zach Galla who takes it. And look at the reaction.
This is extremely big for Zach Galla, as he is a very good boulderer, but in lead he's kind of a bit behind the rest of the U.S. men specifically, who all three of the other U.S. men are really good lead climbers. So for him to be going into a better position in speed, this is huge for this competition here for him today. Extremely powerful, so excited at the top. He knows he did what he needed to do.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, he was quickest of the American men in the qualifiers, and did qualify in third place, but he's converted it into a good result. And you just have to make your strong disciplines count. He's certainly done that. So has Carlos Granier. I have to say, things gone a little more to script today than they did yesterday. We had the results, it was almost as if the results were randomised after the speed. Today, much more according to form and according to previous times. So it will be Jose Ramon Santos Bull up against Sean Bailey up first. That is the race for 7th. Runner-up will be 8th. Not an ideal start, but Sean Bailey, I think, wouldn't have expected to get into the top half of the speed. He might have been hoping for 5th or 6th. As it is, it's going to be 7th or 8th, but he has the ability on the other disciplines to more than make up for that. Then it will be Colin Duffy. You can see that one over on the left. Colin Duffy against Xander Waller. That is for 5th and 6th. And Cesar Grosso take you on Danny Valencia. That's for 3rd and 4th. And then Carlos Granier take you on Zach Galla for 1st and 2nd. And it's all done and dusted in under half an hour, the speed climbing. It really does fly by, and it's it can just get your day off to the perfect start or a nightmare start. As I say, it's gone pretty much according to form so far. No big disasters. Nobody really dropped the ball. And I think everyone will have ended up pretty much where they would have expected.
Yeah, very different from yesterday with the women. Though I feel like the women all day just were flip-flopping. There were so many highs and lows. Emma Hunt in the speed having a devastating round, and then really bringing it back together in the bouldering round, which I know she was pretty surprised by it and very pleased with the fact that she was able to turn it around a bit.
Yeah, she ended up 2nd on the boulders and 7th in speed. I'm not sure she would have believed that coming into it, but we talked about it a lot yesterday. With this combined format, the day can really begin to get away from you very, very quickly. And it's something we saw yesterday with Valentino Aguado, for example, on the first boulder, needing to tape up her finger, didn't have any tape, someone had to find some. All the while the clock is ticking, and your day can just disappear. It can just slip through your hands. I was having this conversation with someone today, and they said it's like a golfer coming on the back 9 of a major. A couple of bad holes and you can just see your name drifting down the leaderboard, and that's exactly how it goes in this combined format. You miss a boulder, you make a route reading error on the lead route, and the day can just slip away from you. So you have to make sure that you make every opportunity count, every speed run, all 3 boulders, and that one big shot on the lead wall. It all counts. You've basically got to be as perfect as you can be for 4 hours, which is a lot easier said than done.
Well, and I think what it comes down to is just being so present at every moment, and I think that in and of itself, it sounds like an easy thing to do, but to actually make that happen when you know you have 3 speed runs, 3 boulders, and then a route with 50+ moves, it's hard not to be thinking about all of the other things and just focusing on one thing at a time.
Jose Ramon Santos Bull here against Sean Bailey. Sean on the right. As I say, we'll have the opportunity to make amends a bit later on perhaps, but anything he can find here will really help him out. Jose Ramon Santos Bull, no slouch either on the boulders and the lead. But Sean Bailey, with his vast World Cup experience, surely has a slight advantage on them. If you could get an advantage here on the speed wall, that really would be nice. He was very sluggish out the block, so Sean Bailey, and stumbled almost immediately. And Jose Ramon Santos Bull should win this one, and does. Dips under 7 seconds as well. He takes 7th place. Sean Bailey ends up 8th. Well, Sean reacted very slowly. It's very rare you can see a reaction that's visibly slow, but he just was sluggish out of the blocks.
He really was, and then he had that little mishap. But then at the end, he actually turned it on in a way that I feel like you don't generally see him attack that section of the route. So if only he was a little bit sharper at the beginning, maybe he would have ended up in a better place. But bouldering and lead to come, so.
It felt as if the 3 beeps started very quickly once he got in position, but you've got 3 beeps, you've got a couple of seconds to react, and he was just slow out of the blocks. It seemed to throw him off, but either way, he ends up in 8th place. Colin Duffy now on the left will take on Xander Waller. About a quarter of a second between these two in the qualifiers. This for 3rd and 4th. Oh, excuse me, 5th and 6th. Getting slightly ahead of myself.
And these two athletes being the younger ones in the final today, it's always interesting to see how the younger athletes handle this kind of pressure.
Xander Waller got a great start there, but then almost immediately slipped, and Colin Duffy should have a clean run to the line and a clean run to 5th place. He does. That is a good start for him. The lowest ranked climber in the speed qualifiers ends up 5th. And I think if you'd offered him that at the start of the day, he'd have been pretty happy with it. 5th place for Colin Duffy. Lost his first race and then won the remaining 2. He'll be 5th. Xander Waller will be 6th. We talked earlier about how much speed climbing times have come down. The fact that Xander Waller had a slip of that size and still even at really half pace, ended up under 10 seconds, tells you a lot. Cesar Grosso now against Danny Valencia. This for 3rd and 4th.
Should be another one of those quicker races and very exciting ones. It's when you want them to be perfect so we can get that great show.
So we're now into the top half. So this is all the climbers who won their first races and moved into that top half section. Cesar Grosso on the left of Brazil against Danny Valencia of Ecuador on the right.
And Danny's been training here for about a month. He's been at Center 1, getting acclimated to the walls and putting in a lot of effort. So hopefully all that work pays off too.
No climbers from South America at all as yet qualified for the Olympics. So this is massive for both of them. Cesar Grosso away really quickly. You can see the reaction time, 0.19 seconds. But he's being made to work for his lead, and this one's going to be very tight. It is Danny Valencia who takes it. He will be 3rd, Cesar Grosso will be 4th, and Danny Valencia, fabulous performance from him because he was behind from the get-go, and all the race over about the course of about 7 seconds was just gaining and gaining and gaining, and I think he only took the lead about a metre before the top. Very, very tight race. Well fought by both climbers, but very impressive stuff from Danny Valencia. When you've got a lead to catch up, it's very, very difficult. Just focused on his job and got it done.
He looked almost more perfect than I've ever seen anyone look on a speed wall. That was amazing climbing from Danny Valencia.
So the next race for first place, the runner-up guaranteed 2nd, of course, so they're not too bad a result, but if you can get a 1 next to your name in any discipline, the 3 people, assuming it's 3 different people who win each discipline, really do have a massive advantage, because it essentially means you're only having 2 scores multiplied together. So if you can get a 1 next to your name, it makes an enormous difference over having a 2. So while 2nd is still a pretty good result, 1 is an absolutely fantastic start to the day. Carlos Granier, the favourite here, should have about the thick end of half a second advantage in theory, over Zach Galler. But half a second is not that long. We said earlier, it's not really long enough for a major stumble. It's if Zach Galler gets a clean run, Carlos Grania may not even have the opportunity for a bad start. He's going to need to be absolutely perfect from the first tenth of a second. Just to let you know, anything over 0.1 of a second reaction time is legal. Anything less than that is considered a false start. So keep an eye on that blue number that does now seem to be working, appearing on your screen underneath the names. That is reaction time. You want to get as close to, but not underneath, 0.1 seconds. And it was a pretty good start from Zach Galler and from Carlos Grania. Both climbers slipping in. Zach Galler, I think, could take this one. Carlos Grania never seemed to get going. Zach Waller didn't have the cleanest of runs either, but somehow found a way. Probably the messiest race we've seen. Hard to believe that was the two highest placed climbers. They just couldn't seem to string two moves together, but it was Zach Galler who got there first, albeit in one of the messiest speed runs I can ever recall seeing.
I was just going to say, I cannot believe how messy that speed run was, and that is the #1 and the #2 race. But I was actually going to say, prior to them racing, there's a lot of pressure, especially on Carlos Grania, and I feel like you saw that right from the start when he kind of messed up his start and then tried to fix it, and probably could see that Zach messed his up a little bit, and then it was just a battle of the messing up, and that adds more panic, more pressure. And Zach Galler walks away with the win in the speed discipline, which is huge for him.
I mean, in speed climbing, we often see slips and incidents, and we've seen people slip and get back on and win. I can't ever remember seeing a speed climbing race where both climbers more or less slipped continuously. I mean, I lost count, but what, 3, 4 big slips from Zach Galler?
Almost slipped going to the finish, too.
So, having said everything was going pretty much according to the script, suddenly the script got torn up in the last 8.5 seconds of the speed climbing competition. That's how it ends up. Zach Galler takes first place, Carlos Grania in second, Danny Valencia third, Cesar Grosso in fourth, and then in the lower half of the order, Colin Duffy, Xander Waller, Jose Ramon Santos Pool, and Sean Bailey in 8th place. Sean with a lot of work to do, wouldn't have been expecting, would have been hoping for, but certainly not expecting a top half finish in the speed. But things, sadly for him, couldn't have gone much worse, and he is in 8th place. But Zach Galler, what a position he has put himself in, with one of the most messy, all over the place speed races I think I've ever seen. But I suspect Zach Galler will care not one jot.
Well, now Zach finds himself in that position that we were talking about yesterday, which is when you have that experience of doing something that you weren't expecting and the high of success going into another discipline and managing your levels of emotion so that you can still continue to get the job done, the same way which a disappointing finish can make it hard to find your center back emotionally to do what you need to do. So we're going to have to see how he manages all that success in the speed discipline.
Yeah, that is an absolutely perfect start for him. Just to let you know, the times are fixed for the start of each discipline, so the climbers will be introduced at 14:30, 2:30 p.m. local time here in Los Angeles, and according to my watch, it's about 4 minutes away from now. That is the boulders they'll be competing on. As in a World Cup, they will have 2 minutes to observe the boulders en masse as a group, all 8 of them observing together. They'll start in the middle on the yellow holds, just above that chap's head who's walking around with the tripod. Then they'll go over to the right, the slab that you can see, and then just left of shot, out of sight for us right now, is number 3. And number 3, unlike the other two, we don't think will take much figuring out. It is pretty much, are you strong enough to do these moves, yes or no?
Well, it's a balance of are you strong enough and will you make sure you're not too strong to misread the one little portion, which is the figure 4, that will make the moves easier. There's a chance that some of the men will think that they're strong enough to not use it and make a little mess up there.
Yeah, there is a little bit of route reading on number 3. I'm giving number 3 a hard time. There's a little bit of route reading, but it's very it's a relatively straightforward problem. We see some boulders at the IFSC where study it. Do you go feet first? Do you jump? Do you go slowly? That one is pretty much straight up pulling. But as you say, there is a potential figure of 4, and that is a method that the route setters think will work quite well. We'll have plenty of time to dissect each boulder, though. Right now, the climber's just having a little bit of a rest, getting the harnesses off, probably changing shoes, and trying to get rid of a little bit of the excess adrenaline, because for observation, you just need that calm head. There's no point being too excitable, too stressed. Got to come out very calmly and just read the boulders. 2 minutes, actually quite a long time. I think for all these boulders, I think you'll probably figure them out relatively quickly. Number 2, maybe the exception to that rule, but we were chatting to a couple of the route setters, led of course by Chris Danielson, who we see regularly on the IFSC World Cup circuit. Sounds like on number 2 there might be a few different methods of doing it. One of those where you see how it feels when you get there.
Yeah, number 2 is definitely the boulder where I think there are more options than on the other 2 boulders. And it's interesting because the options really are, do you want to do things faster or slower? Do you want to be more dynamic or do you want to be more static? And that really depends on the climber's style. There's also a little bit of flexibility differentiation involved with the end of the boulder, kind of where your hips are going to end up and what you can do based off of your flexibility in order to match the top of the boulder. So we'll probably see a few different things happen there because these climbers have different skill sets.
Yeah, they certainly do. Climbers out now, being introduced to the crowd. Look, I have to say, like they'd rather just be getting on with observation, and now they're allowed to. So as I say, they'll get 2 minutes to look at each boulder. And now is our chance to dissect each boulder one by one. This incredibly powerful number 1 starts off right down there in the overhang. And remember, during observation, the climbers can only touch the starting hole. So you can see them having a good feel of the starting holes. They're not allowed to touch anything else, even if it is within reach. But first move, release the right hand. And then where do we go from there?
Yeah, they're going to dynamically go to that first start hold with their right hand, and then they'll start to turn around feet first, because the next few moves your feet will be in front of you as you work your way out of the roof, which if you notice, a lot of the men keep turning around because they've already seen that this is what the route setters are intending. This is a nice part of the observation time that you can have those conversations with the other athletes. There's a question on whether it's better to have someone else's opinion or just focus on your own, but you'll mostly see the athletes sharing information and how they think it should be done.
I think the primary use of your fellow competitors here would just be saying, am I mad or do you go feet first?
I think, yeah, that's a general question that's asked. I might not be reading this right, but to me it looks like you go feet first.
We both felt feet first quite quickly, and if I can read it that quickly, you'd imagine the climbers can. But I think everyone has sussed it out. The hand sequence through those first 3 yellow volumes before the huge one over the lip is a little bit of complication. That's once you've figured out that it's feet first, you've got over the first hurdle, but then figuring out the exact method of using those 3 handholds is the next challenge.
Well, and we hope that they use all 3 of them, because it's going to be much harder if you choose not to use the one that will be out to their left. Maybe possible, but definitely harder. Yeah. In that 4-minute time, you really can't afford to make route reading mistakes.
No, just to let you know, the hold we're talking about, which they may or may not use, as we look at those 3 holds, it's the furthest right one. So the furthest right of the 3 handholds that are tucked kind of in the shade underneath the overhang. As the climbers face out, it'll be their left hand. That's the one that you could probably get away with not using if you were immensely powerful, but it certainly makes it a little bit easier. Now, the start of number 2 is a little tricky.
I think I just saw Xander Waller actually facing out, and we're also seeing Zach Galla do that too, which I don't think is going to be easier after talking to the route setters and when I was reading it, facing in just as Sean Bailey is right now on the start, and then placing your feet on that left start hold in order to get the 4 points on starting position is how you should probably do it, because if you face out, it's going to be really hard to turn back around because there aren't a lot of handholds. Now that arete is not taped off, therefore, in theory, if they want to, they can use it, though it's going to pull them further right on the boulder when they're really trying to go left. I don't think you guys can even see on the screen, but there is a blue screw-on hold in the blue paint. So
yeah,
camouflaged.
What is it about, in American parlance, about 1.5 foot beneath the P of Walltopia? Is that it? I'm staring at my screen.
I think that is it.
That little white blue mark, that is a hold.
And
up there somewhere. I think someone's just pointed it out there.
Which it's one of those holds that if you're not really paying attention, you could miss, but I think most of the men will see it because they get to talk about it. But you're going to end up being in this position where you're kind of mostly on your feet, and you're going to be pressing your thumbs into that small screwed-on hold, and then this is where you have the chance to go dynamically to the zone hold, or trying to press on the outsides of that volume in order to statically go to the zone hold.
Yeah, and once you get to the zone hold, there's going to be quite a few methods of then moving out left to the next volume and to the top. The tops, I have to say, looks quite tenuous. The route setters give some, no, it's not too bad, it's not too bad. It's hard to be. We'll see. But they seem to think that if someone gets the top hold in balance, they should complete the boulder and be able to bring the second hand up. Now we go over to the left of the stage. It's immensely powerful men's 3. There's no way of finessing the lower section of this one. This is body tension, bicep power and finger strength. This is a gym rat's dream.
It really
initially.
Is a gym rat's dream for sure. I mean, the opening moves of this boulder are very straightforward. It's just power moves to small, good crimp holds, and then having to get into the pocket section, hopefully going with the right hand to the first pocket. If you go with the left, you're going to be a little out of sequence, and that first pocket is the zone hold. And then from there, that's where the men will want to do a figure 4 to then cross to the next pocket, because the way the pocket they're crossing to is turned, it's not good enough to just campus, though I'm sure some of them are capable of doing that, but it's going to make it harder. And why make things harder when you're trying to do the boulder in as few tries as possible?
I'm just watching to see if anyone mimics a figure of 4. Just so you know, a figure of 4 is generally something we see more in ice climbing, actually, is where you put your leg over your arm so that your leg sits in the nook of your elbow. It sounds ridiculous, but it is just a clever way of getting a little bit of weight off your arms and reducing the need for quite as much body tension. It's, as I say, something, if you watch competitive ice climbing, I was just about to say, I think we just saw Danny Valencia mimicking it then. It's not often we see one in rock climbing competitions, but there we go. Zach Galler's got the idea as well.
Well, it's a good thing that they're seeing it, because it's definitely going to make that move easier. And one thing about the figure 4 is it allows you to turn more, and with campusing only on pockets, you're not going to be able to turn into it as much as you can with the figure 4. Following that second pocket, there's a sloper volume that isn't going to be too difficult, and then they're going to have to bump with their right hand again to the next volume. And then what we were told by the route setters is that once you get the last crimp hold, you should be going to the top, but we'll have to see. It shouldn't be too difficult of a final move, but we can't predict anything.
If they get to the final move, I feel like they're welcome to it, to be honest, because they're going to have done a lot of work to get there. It's a very, very tough selection of boulders. It feels to me like a real step up from anything we've seen so far in the combined competition.
Well, and it's really a lot of physical boulders as well. Your feet are cutting, you're swinging around, you're having to press up with your shoulders, so all of these powerful moves, and you only have 4 minutes to figure out the puzzle of the boulder problem, and hopefully you don't make silly mistakes and exert too much energy because of that. I guess the one thing that's nice is where there aren't a lot of extreme jumps in this round, so you won't be losing that kind of energy. But we are told that the lead route is quite physical and requires a lot of tension, so their core will get tired from this round.
Yeah, I hope they know what they're in for here, because they've got some burly boulders, and then, as you rightly said, there's the lead route that's coming up, which is obviously the final discipline. A lot of compression, squeezing. I've described it before as kind of anaconda climbing. You suddenly feel like you're short of breath. Your body's getting squeezed, and your ribs and all your all your core is working hard to keep you in place. It's one of those routes where you'll come down out of breath more than pumped. Probably both, actually.
I mean, yeah, and a little bit of confusion probably, because it's hard when you're in those positions and you're trying to make good decisions after looking at a route for only a couple of minutes and not really being able to see all of the sequences from the ground, and having to make quick decisions while you're many, many feet up, many, many moves in. And all the while, you really can't lose contact with any of your limbs because the tension is required the entire time. So it's quite exhausting.
Yeah, they've got a lot of tough climbing to come, that is for sure. Combined format, as really in any climbing competition, is just to stay very much in the moment, focus on the next job. If you were backstage now, what would you be saying in isolation to the climbers? Just think about the next boulder.
I would definitely say that focusing on just the boulders is what they need to do right now. I mean, they've already looked at them, so I would be running that first one through my mind right now over and over again, making sure that when I come out, I know exactly what I need to do and get it done as quickly as possible, because that's what they need to do here, is conserve energy. They should really be trying to do everything in as few tries as possible. Obviously, that's always the goal, but it's so crucial in a competition format like the combined format, because there's just so much you have to do. So staying focused, breathing, hydrating before they get out there, maybe bringing their water out with them.
Well, hopefully they'll bring some tape.
Yeah, the skin issues are always a little bit jarring when they happen. So if you're not prepared, I mean, what was just a couple seconds to tape up can turn into 30 seconds to a minute if you don't have any tape, trying to look at somebody in the crowd to throw you some tape.
Yes, and as yesterday, and we've already mentioned his name a couple of times today, the chief route setter is Chris Danielson of the USA, and I believe we can hear from him now.
So for the men's boulders today, 3 boulders again for the final. We start off with a really steep, powerful climb. I think, yeah, maybe the most powerful thing they've dealt with yet, at least at the start. And then it's kind of a technical balance finish over the top. Then we go to the slab. What I like about this slab is it has options. You could do it static. You could probably find your way dynamically through a couple of the moves. And hopefully, as with what happens with slab climbs, is there's risk. So we don't exactly know what'll happen, but we hope we'll get a top. Whether we might get 1 top or 8 tops, we'll see. Then the last boulder is raw power. It starts off with just big, steep moves. There's a roll-through move on a pocket that probably could be done just campus, but likely possible to see a figure 4. And then just really hard, powerful at the top. So as with the women yesterday, I expect we could see all boulders topped, but I would be surprised if we see more than half the field top all of them. But we really don't know. As it goes with climbing, we set the boulders and then the climbers do whatever they do, and we're as interested to see as everybody else.
Yeah, always good to hear from Chris Danielson. A real cerebral setter. He's a thinking man setter. He's a student of the art.
He really is, and I mean, I don't know if I've ever met another person who understands movement the way he does. He really can picture what is going to happen when he's setting boulders, and I always like his sense of humor.
Yeah, what was as he said at the end of that interview, anything could happen. What was the text he sent you earlier on? You asked him for a summary of the boulders, and what did he say?
One is steep, one is slab, one has pockets. We have no idea what will happen.
A fabulous summary of competition bouldering from Chris Danielson. But yeah, he's such a cerebral setter, really thinks things through. You never find yourself suggesting something he hasn't considered. He's always looked at every angle, considered every possibility. Of course, the climbers still have the power to surprise, but Chris is a pretty good man at predicting what they will do and how they'll try and do it. Always makes me nervous when we see IFSC officials scurrying across the mats like that. Hopefully all is well. About 2 minutes to go until we see the first climber on the mats. And suddenly it all looks a little calmer with the IFSC officials. There they are. You always see them official written on their back. If you see them running and waving their arms, it's never a good sign. But all seems to be well. Danny Valencia will be first out in the boulders. It's reverse order of how they went on the boulders in the qualifying. Danny Valencia out first. Cesar Grosso, Carlos Grania, Jose Ramon Santos Bull, then the 4 Americans who were the 4 highest qualifiers: Colin Duffy, Zach Galler, Zander Waller and Sean Bailey. What's your take on climbing first, climbing last?
I think in this format, climbing later is a bit nicer just because you have more time to rest. And also in a format where there's only 8 people, it's not so bad. Obviously when there's even 20 people, I think going last can be at a little bit of a disadvantage just because the holds start to get greasy and more chalked up. But I think when you're alone out there, it doesn't matter as much whether you're first or last. I think it's hard in a semi-final round where you're the very first one out there and you're all by yourself, or you're the very last one out there and you're all by yourself. It's just a different vibe. But in a final, you're always by yourself, so it's not so bad. I don't think the order matters as much.
Danny Valencia makes his way out now. As I say, the climbers coming in reverse order. First chance to have a look at the graphics. Oh, I like it. Kissing the pipes. So first chance to have a look at men's 1. 4 minutes begins for him. And he's read it pretty much perfectly. What we can't see, by the way, from well, pretty much any angle unless you're there, is that there are some little screw-on footholds. That handhold out to the right as we look at it, Danny Valencia's left, is the one they may or may not use. It's certainly easier, we understand, if you do use it.
And he chose not to use it that time, but I think if he's paying attention to how that felt, he should go and use it this next time because it will be a little easier to get to that hold where his foot is toe hooking. He did read that whole beginning section very nicely, and actually that match move is quite difficult, and he made it not look so bad. It's a lot of tension and core strength there and a little bit of momentum that you have to control in quite a strong manner. So
yeah, I'm quite reassured by how easily he pulled on. Yeah, it's kind of worrying when you've got a hard start like that. By the way, we can see Chris Danielson right at the back of the shot there, nervously watching his creations being climbed. Always slightly nerve-wracking to see the first person start. You just want to make sure that those first couple of moves are basically possible. I was halfway through saying there are some little screw-on jibs under there for the feet. This time he just seems ever so slightly differently. But again, leads with the feet. He's ignoring that far right handhold out to his left. We're told it's slightly easier if you do use it. He really is paying it no attention though.
And one thing that should be noted is that especially because he is smaller, that span where he's trying to come in to where his feet are is even bigger. So for him specifically, using that other hold is going to be helpful. For a taller climber, they might be able to get it done the other way a bit easier, but he really needs to make sure he starts to use that hold if he's going to be successful.
It's always quite interesting to see that clearly the way the boulder feels on board is not how it looks, because on his first attempt he didn't look that close to sticking the move out to the lip and yet tried it exactly the same way again. So obviously felt he could make progress, but yeah, completely ignoring that far right hold as it stands.
And though that first move isn't as hard as we thought it was going to be, which is nice, it is getting harder and harder every time he tries because that roof section just zaps your energy. So he really needs to be smart here because he's going to get more and more fatigued, and he's definitely watching the clock and wait until it hits that 1 minute mark before he gets back on, which is really wise.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. It's mature climbing from him. I think realistically you'd struggle to have more than 3 or 4 really good goes at this one. He's got the first move sorted again, leads with the feet. Now we can see the little jibs. There's that black one there, and there's also a yellow one tucked just there. He's got on his toe on it right now. Again, ignoring the hold out to his left, our right. And he makes it work without it. The key is going to be when that left hand releases, and he does well to catch the left hand before bringing it up. Got himself in a good position here, Danny Valencia. This will be his last shot. He won't have energy, let alone time for another go. now got to figure out how to lever himself up, and he's going for a little bit of a crimp. It'd be good if we could zoom out a little bit just to see it a bit better. And he is sadly out of time, but he does secure the zone. The zone is the big hold over the lip that he had his feet on, so he gets that done.
Well, and he just misread that sequence up at the top. He didn't, for some reason, look comfortable keeping the heel to then go to the crimp, which is what he needed to do. Unfortunately, he got there a little bit too late.
Cesar Grosso now of Brazil. I always enjoy the graphics. It's our first chance to see them today. His next climber out, completely different build to Danny Valencia. By the way, Danny got the zone on his third attempt.
It's definitely likely that we see Cesar try to do that same beta that Danny did because he is a little longer, so it should work for him better. But still going out left after this move, he needs to go up again. Oh, he's going to go out left first.
Yeah, so we were led to believe that going right hand to where his right foot just was, to that hold there that his right foot's just dabbed, is the way to go. And then you just use that hold out to the climber's left just before going to the lip. So that's the sequence. And one thing that's tough about this is they've got to do a lot of thinking in that position. You could see him moving his feet around, and all the while he's just hanging on an upside down pinch.
And what's interesting with this kind of boulder is that that body position is going to feel different for everyone, and he looked a lot less comfortable than Danny did in that position, so he needs to find what's going to be good for his body and that balance point that's going to work best for him to be able to release and go to the next hold.
Yeah, the first two climbers out on the boulders coincidentally raced each other for third and fourth place at the end of the speed climbing, and it was Danny Valencia who won that one. So Cesar Grosso comes onto the boulders in fourth place. Yeah, you can see he's having to think, he's having to move his feet around, all the while squeezing that volume, and he's going with the left hand. Easy for us to say sitting up here sipping a coffee, but you are certainly, the sequence as we've had it explained is that you go with the right hand first.
It's interesting that he hasn't found that body position yet. Also, the feet first kind of boulder where you're leading with your toes and having to toe hooking something more than others. So, I mean, I can attest to that. I cannot stand a toe hook. If I had to climb this boulder, I would not be so psyched, I have to say. So maybe that's a little bit of what we're seeing right now from Cesar. Maybe he's a little less comfortable in this style of boulder. But there's two more, so that is on the bright side for him.
As with observation, climbers, it counts as an attempt if you touch any hole other than the starting hole from the ground. So that's why he's not feeling around, seeing if there's anything he's missed. He's not allowed to touch anything apart from the start holds when he's standing on the mat. And again, you can see him having to make all these decisions in real time, and he's not yet figuring it out. Ask the brushers to do their thing.
Interesting because he's spending a lot of time on the ground, so he must be coming up with a plan, and then the minute he gets up there it must not feel the way he wants it to, and he just second guesses himself. But this is really not the time to be second guessing. I think this is when being confident and actually going to moves with conviction, kind of like we were talking about Valentina Aguado, how she climbs that way. This is where it would be beneficial.
Cesar now really struggling just to get started on the match underneath the roof. I don't think he'll have the energy for another go. He goes again with the left hand. 30 seconds on the clock. Yeah, I was about to say, surely doesn't have the energy for another go. You could see even on that last attempt there, he was beginning to shake a little more as he pulled on. It was clearly taking a lot out of him. So he leaves the first boulder empty-handed. Danny Valencia managed to find the zone on it. Cesar ends up with nothing. Carlos Grandi, the next climber out. Here he is. Let's have a look at the graphic. Oh, I had high hopes for that one when the headphones came off.
I did too.
It was off to a strong start.
Carlos taking a second to put his towel down so he can wipe his feet off right before he gets onto the boulder. on something like this where the feet are so important, you definitely want to make sure your rubber is not covered in chalk dust. Moving nicely through the roof section.
Yeah, he's looked equally, if not more comfortable than Danny Valencia just on that very first move. Just snapped into it, no problem. Problem is figuring things out from there.
Didn't have his feet set up that great for coming into that second hold, but I think he can fix that on this attempt.
Yeah, we'll get a clock on the screen for you in just a second. He's just got 3:14 remaining. There it is.
Oh, a little foot slip. He looked really comfortable there. He was in a great position. His foot just kind of picked off.
And as we've seen in quite a few combined competitions, people's days can begin to get away from them, and he would have expected, well, certainly hoped for, if not expected, first on the speed. Ended up second. And, I'm sure he will feel that clock ticking down behind him as 4 minutes disappears on the first boulder, because if he gets second in speed when he might have hoped or expected first on the speed and then doesn't get the first boulder done, suddenly he's under real pressure and his day is coming apart in front of his very eyes. So he needs to find something here, Carlos. Again, now he uses the left hand. You can see it. He looked as if he visibly got more comfortable as soon as the left hand went out. And the move up to the lip looked much easier for having that left hand.
And I think when you use that left hand, it puts you in a better position coming into the zone so that you're ready to do this next move. Really big for him to get that toe hook secured before he went into the left hand. Now he just needs to figure out how to get to that crimp. Not really in the best position. He really needs to have his heel up there.
Goes again onto the tiny crimp. Look at every muscle in his body working hard here. Uses the knee. This is great stuff from Carlos. Could we be about to see our first top? He's actually still got quite a long way to go. There's a big pinch coming up next at the top of that blue volume. He needs to get his right hand onto that yellow crimp, and he went up with the left hand. And even though there's a minute and a half left, you can't help wondering if that was the one for Carlos. To go from lying on the mat, panting and out of breath, to finding a top in the space of 1:20 is a pretty big ask, but he certainly will have another go, I'm sure, with that much time left on the clock. But realistically, he's going to have to set off in about 30 seconds.
And he had so much energy there exerted, going to that crimp with the left hand and having to put himself in that weird body position. It's going to be hard to make it back through that roof section, given that he made the end of the boulder a bit harder for him. But there's a lot to be said for adrenaline in a competition.
Well, he's going to need it now. As I said, he's set off with about 40 seconds to go, and yeah, that is it. It's often the way on these powerful boulders where climbers have that one big attempt and they pour everything into it, and that is their shot. And he got to the penultimate hole, but I have to say never really looked happy on that right hand on the crimp, and as a result never really looked happy on the left hand either. Here's Jose Ramon Santos Pool of Mexico. That's a little more animated. Would be the first Central American to qualify for climbing his Olympic debut if he could find a way here.
Getting into this roof section. See if he can figure out the toe hooks a bit better than Cesar did. This is that tricky section where you feel a little uncomfortable. You need to try to get your feet out a bit more. Does that nicely and really needs to get the toe here in order to come in. The foothold that they have on that roof section is quite slippery, and I think actually part of it is dual textured. Now they shouldn't be hitting that part at all, but I think it does have a lot less surface area, so that's why we keep seeing people's foot pop off there. Actually, when they go to that second hold, I think if you're a little smaller, coming in is a bit better for you because you're compressed, and if you have shorter limbs, it's not so bad to be compressed there, and I think that's why some of the taller climbers are struggling with that specific match on the second hold.
So he's into the pinch. He looks comfortable's a strong word, but he looks like he can hang on there a while he thinks about it. But the problem is when your feet skit around like that, if they come off quickly, it's very hard to hang on to it.
Kind of looked like he forgot what he did on his previous attempt, which was get into that bunched position and just really squeeze and come in. Though maybe he thought something more efficient could be done, because I'm sure that was a very difficult move and he wants to make sure he has enough energy to finish this boulder.
He's doing what I think he should be doing, actually, which is just taking a little bit of a break. I think it's easy on a bowl like this to just keep pulling on, keep trying, and suddenly with 2 minutes of your time left, you've just burned all your energy. So I think it's quite smart to be taking some time on a good 30-40 seconds since he was on the wall.
Getting back into that roof section, see if he just commits to coming into this next hold without messing around with his feet too much. Looks like he's gonna try to get that toe hook early. Nicely done.
Again, ignoring the hold to his left, our right. Now he uses it.
Should set him up nicely to get into the zone hold now.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's got as close as he can, and he was really accurate there. Energy-wise, this is definitely going to be his last attempt. I think that heel hook really giving him something there. It looked like he was able to bring the left hand up a little bit more relaxed, but he's now got to lever onto the heel. That is a pretty tricky maneuver, and then go up to the yellow crimp. You can see there.
Trying to get a little more momentum nicely into that crimp in the right position, but just kind of fumbles it. He has time, but I don't know if it would be useful. I mean, if he can get a top, it would be worth it, but he might not be able to make it out of the roof with this little bit of time and all the fatigue setting in.
Yeah, I think 40 seconds would seem to be how long you need to climb the boulder, and he set off with 40 seconds to go, but he only had about 10 seconds rest, and yeah, you can see there. No joy, but he did manage to go up to the yellow hold with the right hand, which would have been crucial. Never quite got solid on that yellow crimp, I don't think, though. Colin Duffy will be the next climber out to attempt it.
This boulder definitely being one that Colin Duffy, I would think, would not have too many issues with as long as he reads it properly. That's always the test.
That's a slightly mixed up graphic. That's how this... Can't make sense of that one. I can tell you that everyone that did find the zone, there it is, everyone that did find the zone got it on their third attempt. So the four Americans to come now: Colin Duffy out first, then Zach Galler, then Xander Waller, and then Sean Bailey. So Colin Duffy out next. That real scrapping style, and he'll need every bit of that to get this boulder done.
And he'll most likely like that roof section a little more since he is on the shorter side. That compressed position won't feel so exaggerated.
Playing it pretty straight on the graphics, so I think that's a good plan.
Giving us the thumbs up that he's ready to go. Really quick look at the boulder before he hops on. He generally does not spend too much time on the floor when he goes out to see the boulders. Really controlled on that first move, getting his feet out. Looks quite comfortable. Now, as long as he can get that toe hook here, doesn't actually need it, which is really powerful. We've seen so many people struggle with that move.
Yeah, this is a great start from Colin Duffy. I mean, if you can get this boulder done quickly, or if you can make progress quickly, you've got a huge advantage. Once you've started using 2, 3, 4 attempts on this one, fatigue becomes a real issue. So if you can figure out the lower section, really your first attempt is probably your best chance. Went up with the left hand to the yellow crimp, never really hit it right.
I was gonna say, it doesn't look like he sees the hand-heel method, which is the way the root setters intended them to go to that crimp. It really sets you up nicely to go with the right hand, then you don't have to do that match. Plus, going left hand with the feet below him like that, it's gonna make it a bigger move, and with his size, he doesn't need to be making moves bigger if there's an option to have it be a smaller move.
Not taking much of a rest here, Colin, getting straight back on with things. Really didn't look too challenged at all by the lower section, but it is a big move out from the lip up to that yellow crimp. Just under 2.5 minutes remaining. Feet cutting loose a little bit this time.
Nicely back into the toe hook. We'll see if he figures out that maybe he should just heel hook. Looks like he's going back to that other position. It's definitely possible this way, but trying to get to that next crimp hold without your heel hook by your hand makes it a little more powerful.
Well, it wasn't really the angle we wanted on it, but the fact he's still on the wall tells you everything you need to know. And now he's got to match that yellow crimp. Got his feet in a pretty good position. They're helping him out as much as they can, and this looks really good for Colin Duffy. He's now going up to that pinch there. You might not be able to see it, but on the blue volume there is a little pinch for the left fingers. Launches for the top, finds the top. Boulder 1 is conquered by Colin Duffy, the first of 4 Americans in a row, and he gets it done with 1:40 left on the clock. Really good start for Colin Duffy.
Though he may have made that boulder a little more difficult for him, it definitely didn't stop him from finding a top. Hopefully it didn't take too much extra energy so he can be ready for his next boulders, but really nice done.
Oh, Zach Galler. Oh, and he's brought the fan.
Oh, we saw this actually at Bouldering Nationals. They were doing this, so it's not a bad method. If you have sweaty skin, there's nothing that says you can't bring a fan out.
No, he's brought his biggest fan onto the mats with him. Adam Ondra does the same. He's got one of those. I don't remember if he brings it out on the mats, but I've seen him at an airport, and he had it with him as luggage, which is quite amusing.
Zach quickly moving through this section, just trying to find the right feet. Kind of deciding to stay with his feet out left for longer than we've seen any of the other men. Nicely into the zone. To see if he tries that same method that Colin Duffy did. It looks like he's set up to do so.
Yeah, he's not. Oh, now he gets the heel hook in. Yep, changes his mind. I think he thought about going the other way, and he's strong enough to go with the right hand. And then the pinch, and this is by far the smoothest anyone's climbed that boulder, and Zach Galler gets it done first go in less than a minute.
He gave us a little one arm at the end as well, just to throw a little cherry on top. The method with the heel on the zone hold just makes that move so much more fluid and then sets you up, and you don't have to do all that matching.
Look at the swagger as he goes off. Well earned, I have to say. That was amazing. We've seen world-class climbers struggle with that boulder, and he got it done first go, seemingly at ease. Xander Waller, just 16 years old, but as you can see, smart enough to play the graphics just straight. You might remember Akio Noguchi and Miho Nanaka with their graphics that they did at the start of the season. They haunted them all season. Miho and Nanaka was waving a banana about. Yeah, haunted them all season. So Xander Waller clever enough just to play it straight on the graphics. Here he goes on #1 in this combined final.
Having longer legs here, he might need to do this section a little different. You'll probably see him get his foot out to the zone a little earlier.
Yeah, there it is, creeping out, and he looks pretty comfortable. We've just seen this boulder flashed by Zach Galler. Xander Waller looking to do the same thing.
Gonna go with that heel hook method. If you can really trust the heel and rock up on it, it gives you that nice position once you hit the crimp, and the crimp's good. You see that his tension in the heel activates right away, and that puts him in a great position to set up now to go out, or when he went out to the pinch hold, and now he's gonna have to go to that top hold with a lot of power.
Yeah, it doesn't look that convinced actually. You can see him trying to figure out what to do with his feet. Going not from the second to last hole, but from the yellow crimp. Well, it's certainly an unusual method, but it worked for him. Xander Waller, flash for him.
And he does have quite long arms, so for him that might have been the easier method, requiring less power off of a better hold. That crimp hold has more bite to it, so he can really bear down on it, whereas the little foothold that creates the pinch requires a different kind of strength that you can't use the momentum in the same way.
Here's Sean Bailey, Seattle's finest. Now he's under a bit of pressure now because he was 8th in the speed, and he now comes into the boulders. I would imagine, knowing full well that they've just been this one's just been top 3 times and flashed twice.
Yeah, if not just from the roar of the crowd, but just having Zach and Xander come back very quickly.
With big smiles on their faces, yeah.
That's an indicator that they probably did the boulder really quickly.
So yeah, Sean Bailey, after a pretty poor result in the speed, needs something big. Remember, in 2018 he picked up a silver medal in an IFSC Boulder World Cup in Vail. It was a pretty special day all round for the US. Alex Puccio winning over on the women's side. So Sean got real boulder pedigree for sure. The most experienced of the climbers, but needs to get this one done quickly, and if he doesn't flash it, he'll already be playing catch up to a couple of his compatriots.
And Sean really does excel when it comes to technique and footwork, so cruising through that bottom section does not surprise me at all, as he's already to the zone quite easily. I'd be surprised if he doesn't read the heel hook here, which looks like he's not. Wow, static.
Amazing lock-off strength.
So impressive. Quite quick matching there as well, setting up to do that final jump move.
Oh, Sean Bailey.
Boys in their one arms, what is going on? Somebody teach me.
Sean Bailey got his game face on. He's a pretty relaxed character all round, but really seems focused today.
I mean, after the speed discipline, I think he knows that he has no wiggle room going into the bouldering and the lead discipline, so he's definitely a little more focused than we've seen him in the past. It's a lot on the line.
He didn't initially seem that interested in the whole Olympic concept, Sean Bailey, but it seems like he's seen Nathaniel Coleman and Kyra and Brooke put that spot to the Olympics, and it seems to have got him fired up. You don't often see him kind of this focused, but that's how it stands right now. It's Sean Bailey leading the way ahead of Xander Waller and Zach Galler. Colin Duffy, despite finding the first top of that boulder, is down in 4th. Jose Ramon Santos Bull 5th. Carlos Grania 6th. Danny Valencia 7th. And Cesar Grosso 8th. And we move on to number 2, a complete change of style. But the Americans off to a great start. They were the highest ranked athletes coming in from the qualifying round. And they are in a very strong position after Boulder 1. We're moving now onto the slab. And it's a steep slab. What did Chris Danielson say? Maybe 2 degrees off vertical?
Yep, about 2 degrees. There's no real slab angle at this gym, which is fine. I think that's what volumes are for. You can change the angles a bit, and it's a great way to keep the climbers on their toes, literally. It'll be interesting to see the methods on this boulder specifically, just because there are multiple options. I will be interested to see if we see a couple people face out to start, since we saw them kind of reading the boulder that way during the observation time. Doesn't seem like the ideal way to start this boulder problem, but
whose iPad is that?
Giant.
It's massive, isn't it? Could well be a coach's. You often see it, IFSC competitions, coaches down the front filming their athletes. Of course, they could go back and look at the live stream, but they want an uninterrupted view of them trying a boulder and go back and study technique and also how long the climbers rested for and how they manage their time and energy. So you do often see people down the front there with iPads and iPhones filming the action.
It's also great for appeals in case you can't remember exactly what happened, because honestly, when you're climbing, you're so in a zone that sometimes you think you touched a hold, but maybe you didn't, or maybe you forget that you did touch a hold, or did you hold it long enough? I don't know. So video footage is always good to go back to.
Danny Valencia of Ecuador will be the first climber out, as he was on Boulder 1. There he is now. Just being made to wait backstage. Not often we get a glimpse of the call zone just behind the wall. You can see it's not all glamour climbing competitions. He's just sitting there waiting to go. Must feel like an awful long time. And yeah, few methods, few potential ways of starting this one. We did see a couple of climbers, I don't remember who it was, but somebody had a look at the facing out method.
I think it was Zach Galler and Xander Waller, actually. Interesting, they read the other boulder so well.
Danny Valencia now does make his way out onto the stage. Tickets to the gun show dished out, and he can get on with things. Yeah, I don't think facing out is going to help you much. It may be marginally easier to start, but you then present yourself with a real challenge. What's he going to do here?
Interesting. I wouldn't have thought that would be the best way to start. It did look nicely, and as long as you're in that starting position.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't touch any of the holds other than the start holds, you can get yourself into a start position however you want, and that's what he did. He used a lot of the wall panel, but he didn't touch any of the other holds. We can't see it, but trust me, there is a little jib there that he was trying to match with his two thumbs. We were trying to point it out during observation. Finally, we get a bit of a look at it.
It looks like he's going to try to go that more dynamic method. After talking to the root setters, they were saying if you're going to do it that way, you kind of want your either your left foot on the volume and inside flag with the other foot, or maybe you can hold the swing without that inside flag, but probably not.
You can see there, remember, starting rules dictate that you have to put your 4 limbs where the 4 bits of tape are to denote the starting holds, and you then have to achieve a stable position. So Danny Valencia has done just that. Oh, jumped out left. I think there's nobody more surprised than him when he stayed there.
And he's choosing to do this the more static way. There's a way you can kind of jump into that section, and maybe that's why you maybe would like to jump into it, because you're then on your shoulders already with the palms activated, where he palmed out, but then when he was trying to flip that right hand, he kind of lost his footing on that orange volume.
Crowd getting really into this. They're living this with him. Yeah, when he went out left, I think it's, as I say, he looked shocked to still be there. Almost made it work. And there's a couple of methods to move on from there. He's got his start procedure absolutely sorted. It's quite a lot of movement, because only then does he officially start the bowl. I mean, when he leaves the ground, it's an attempt, but he's not in the start position for quite a long time. So he's got to match with his thumbs there, and he can't repeat his heroics from the previous attempt. I find it hard to believe everyone is going to escape with their knees intact from this one.
Highly unlikely.
Remember, the IFSC setters are not allowed to create any downward jumps or any intentional downward jumps.
Yeah, if an athlete decides to do a downward jump that the setters didn't foresee, that's on the athlete.
Yeah, but they can't design a boulder with a downward jump, which this one isn't. It's a pretty much plumb sideways, but he's coming pretty close to hitting his knee every time. So requires full commitment.
Every time he tries to rock over a little bit, he keeps missing his right hand on the better part of the zone hold, kind of throwing him off each time. It's kind of tricky there, and I think that's why we'll probably see some of the men go a little more static, because on the edges of the volume, if you can balance yourself there, you can get into the zone a little more controlled. This jump method definitely works, but it's kind of risky. It's that right hand nicely on the good part of the zone that time.
He's a mature climber, Danny Valencia. First thing he did when he got that zone was have a look at the time and decided, right, I'm going to chalk up and just set myself. And you can see how tenuous it is, that left foot skitting around. He's trying to get a little more force through the right foot. Now, the best way of doing this move is to keep your hips over to the right. Don't come too far left before committing to the top. You can see he is a little bit to the left, but he made it work, and he finds a top with 10 seconds to go. It's really good stuff from Danny Valencia. Grabbing his right shoulder, that doesn't look too promising. One of those positions where you get you move unexpectedly. You could see him dropping around. There's always a potential, I think, for injury in that situation. He's definitely not happy with something with his right shoulder. And physio straight over to ask him if everything's okay. I really hope that is just a tweak or something. But he finds a top anyways. Efforts rewarded. Cesar Grosso out next. Couldn't find anything on number 1.
It'll be really important for him here to get some points on this boulder. His height should be more of an advantage on this boulder than on the last one, choosing the press start, which is more along the lines what the root setters thought would be happening for the start here.
Yeah, well, he achieved about 3 stable positions there. I don't know which one counted, but he certainly was using the start holds appropriately.
Nice save there.
Yeah, really nice save. Right foot just came off. As you rightly say, there's no tape on the right-hand arete here, so he could, in theory, put his foot around it if he wanted to, and toe hook or grab the right-hand arete. Doesn't need to, as it turns out. Actually, now we see it, it looks a long way away, the arete. I don't know if anyone would use it. He's
trying to go with more of a, well, he was trying to go with more of a static method on the edges of the volume. See if he goes back to that. Kind of uncomfortable in that thundercling. You see his thumb in that underclinging position on a very small hold. Doesn't quite get the distance out left. Never really found a good position there.
Interestingly enough, first thing he does as he comes down, he's looking everywhere for the clock. And it's over his left shoulder.
Looks like he might run into it this time. Doesn't want to bother with playing around a bit like he did last time.
Very nicely done. Remember, still got to get a stable position. There it is.
Really needs to rock over on his foot here. And those volumes are very slippery. He's not really committing to that blue volume foothold the way we saw Danny commit to that stable position. Keeping him from setting up to go to the zone with more control. He's kind of just falling to it right now.
Again, not allowed to touch as he can brush other holds, but he can't touch with his hands to start anything but the starting hole. So he can only observe where the sweet spot might be on that blue volume. I could see him studying it.
Still doesn't like committing to the match on the thundercling, so he's just going to jump.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because on a boulder as tenuous as this, anytime you lose control and try and move quickly, it's quite a big risk. And I have to say, it doesn't look that close to making this method work.
I almost think he was better off, if he's going to stay on that orange volume where his left foot is right now, to reach to the outside of the volume on the zone hold, that crimping part, that would probably be more stable to then work his feet over, but he hasn't done that again.
And what will he do here? Just over 40 seconds left. Really does not like this thumb match, and is going to try and jump again. It's kind of the same outcome each time.
Starting to wonder if he forgot that he tried that other method earlier. Sometimes during a round, it's easy to forget some of the things that might have worked a little bit better because you're so stuck in a tunnel vision moment of panic, really, to get any points.
Now tries to jump again, and he's not going to get anything for his efforts. Turns around, sees the clock, and will not be happy with what he sees. So 2 boulders and nothing to show for them for Cesar. Carlos Grania will be out next, the second Ecuadorian on the boulder. That's the graphic that promised so much. When the headphones were being used, I had high hopes for something big there.
Totally tricked us. Very interested to see how he decides to start this boulder. Honestly, the run and jump approach, I didn't see it when I was looking at it, but it does seem to be the best, easiest way to get up there too.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't see it either. It looks like you need to get in a kind of gymnastic iron cross and then bring the feet up, which we have seen attempted, but running into it does seem to work pretty well. And then everyone's ended up doing that. Carlos Grania now heading out left, very smooth across to the zone. Went quickly, but not too quickly to lose control. It was just a little hop out to the left. And he's doing this boulder absolutely to perfection so far.
Needs to make sure he can get into the right press position, trying to wiggle his right foot up a little bit better, which would set him up nicely to get his left foot up in order to match. Looks like he's going to use his knee.
Great stuff from him. Second place in the speed, and now he gets the job done on the second boulder. Really good performance from Carlos. And he will disappear backstage. You can see a big smile on his face. Got to concentrate though, because he's got a very tough third boulder still to go.
We just saw from Carlos, it's really just about committing to standing on that blue volume so that you can set yourself up nicely in the thundercling and then do that jump.
Jose Ramon Santos Bull now of Mexico. Could not find a top on number 1. Interestingly enough, it was the 4 Americans who found tops, and none of the non-Americans could find a way. He is going for the kind of iron cross and then stand up from there rather than running into the start. Is he? Yeah, as soon as his feet are off the ground, it's an attempt. And yeah, running into it definitely looks the way to go. That method, which we thought was really the only realistic start method, actually looks really tough.
Yeah, I think with running into it, you don't have to use your shoulders as much. So yes, you use your legs a bit, but these mats are pretty stiff, so running on them isn't too difficult to get the height to jump up. So you're exerting a lot less energy getting onto that start. Looks pretty confident on his feet.
Very smooth on the match, even able to go back.
I think he's gonna set up for the jump. Ooh, little bobble there.
Makes you realize just how tenuous this boulder is.
And volumes are so tricky. There's certain positions where they're quite good, and then your foot could move just a little bit, and all of a sudden you're off the wall. So you're always a little bit scared while you're standing on them, though it's better to be confident. It's hard to be sometimes. You're always worried that you might slip and scrape up your shins.
Now he's already had a go at the match. He's already had his right thumb on there. Actually, he's been well across, but for whatever reason didn't commit. And you can see another example of just how tenuous it is. His left hand kind of flicked as it came off that thumb and instantly made him fall off.
Yeah, he really looked so smooth that first time. It's almost like he lost that position he was in. I'm not sure he's hit it. There it is, though, right there. He almost doesn't even need the thundercling because his feet are so good right now. I wonder, he didn't even try to use the little crimp on the volume. That would have given him a little more leverage to get over left. Wonder if he kind of forgot that he could use it. You know, there's so many rules, so sometimes you're afraid to do certain things. But you're definitely allowed to use the little side of the volume.
He's really burning through the attempts now. I have to say, I haven't been counting them, but it must be 5 or 6 so far. Many of them come to an end just because of foot slips.
And on a boulder like this, you can do more attempts in terms of fatigue because you're not on such a steep angle, but when it comes to your score, the attempts are definitely working against you. Finds that nice body position. Doesn't quite get to that left volume with his foot.
And there is a beep in case he wasn't looking at the clock to signify the fact he's only got 1 minute left.
See if he can find that right position again and really go for the jump. Just kind of indecisive with his feet there and not fully committing to standing and second guessing what he's going to do next, and it's kind of taking him off. Looks like he's going to give it another go with just 25 seconds left. A boulder that can be done in 25 seconds, so it's worth it.
Yeah, it certainly can.
And if nothing else, the zone is something he definitely needs.
It's one of those boulders where as soon as everything is not going perfectly, you're on the mat.
Exactly, and it's sometimes hard to tell what exactly made you fall off. So it's not like a quick fix every time you go. You're not really sure which body positions work or which ones don't. That's when you wish you'd look at a video of yourself to really dissect what just happened.
Colin Duffy will be out next.
Generally, Colin is good on his feet on volumes. He's been climbing for a long time and is at a gym where they really try to set boulders that will prepare you for World Cup competitions.
That's how they stand right now. Carlos Grenier and Danny Valencia leading the way, albeit that the 4 Americans have not yet attempted this second boulder. Remember, IFSC scoring system applies here, so it is most important measurement of the climbers is how many tops they get. After that, it's how many zones they get. They're still tied on those 2 measurements. It's how many attempts were required to get the top. And finally, if they're still tied, it comes down to how many attempts are required to get the zone. So slightly different from US national scoring system. These IFSC World Cup rules. So Colin Duffy now. Decent start in the speed, not too bad at all. And good start on the boulders as well. Required a few attempts, but found a way on number 1.
Looks like he's going to take that more static approach, just pressing up. Doesn't look like it gave him too much trouble. Really needs to make sure he trusts the feet here and finds that body position. Nice fix of moving his right foot up a little bit. Looks pretty good here. Should be able to set up into the jump. Nicely done. Really easy and great route reading there by Colin Duffy. Taking a second to wipe his feet. Don't always get a chance to do that.
Now he's taken his chalk bag with him, which not everyone does on the boulders, and I think he's pretty glad of it now because he got himself in a pretty good position with that zone. Oh, and perfect technique and timing.
Did the dynamic approach that we were talking about as a possibility. Already has his left foot up before getting into the top.
That's pretty much a textbook top from Colin Duffy, so 2 boulders and 2 tops.
I'm sure there was a little bit of pressure put on him after realizing that both Zach and Sean were able to flash the other boulder. So needed to have a flash there.
Here is Zach Galla, absolutely strolled up first boulder.
And I'm sorry, Xander also flashed that first boulder.
Yeah,
so
he did, as did Sean.
A lot of pressure.
Yeah. Really, all 3 of them, Zach Galla, Xander Waller and Sean Bailey, made it look pretty straightforward.
Again, with the press method, not looking too difficult. All about that. Seems like that right foot right where he is right now is the perfect place to then feel secure on that blue volume. It's going to static this, actually. A little coordination pop of the foot out left. It's likely that he goes with a little more dynamic movement here. This is interesting. So the crowd reacts to his choice of getting his foot over. Looks like a good method. Minor slip there, but as long as he can get his 2 hands up there.
He has absolutely cruised that one. No problem at all from Zach Galla. These are big moments, but they don't feel that dramatic because the climbers make it look pretty straightforward. But these the American climbers are just beginning to pull away here in the bouldering.
And for Zach Galla specifically, that boulder is the one I would worry about for him the most. He's about to go for this boulder, which is really wild.
Here comes Xander Waller.
Actually haven't seen a lot of the athletes come out and brush, but on a boulder like this where the volumes get so messed up with the foot rubber, it's really important to make sure they're nice and fresh for you.
A few other members of Team USA in the background there. You see John Brosler in the dark red t-shirt. We just caught a glimpse of Kyra Condi. She was standing there as well yesterday on the stairs watching her compatriots. Of course, Kyra already qualified for the Olympics. So Xander Waller now, the 3rd of 4 Americans and the 7th of 8 climbers in total on this boulder.
Looking pretty comfortable with his feet, but trying to figure out how to get his body in the right position for the match.
See the hands quivering. It's not so much a powerful position to hold, but your whole body has to stay as still as possible. And he did really well actually, because a lot of climbers that have skitted out to the left there have struggled to hold on to it. Xander Waller went out left with a bit of movement, maybe a little bit more momentum than he would have liked, but managed to hold on to it. Again, leads with the foot. Is this something the Americans discussed amongst themselves, perhaps?
I'm guessing that Zach and Xander must have. They're also from the same home gym, so maybe it's just part of the training that they've received to maybe read things in a similar manner. Looks like he isn't quite sure if he wants to do that, though. Kind of gonna go into that more dynamic method. Almost loses it. Able to flip that hand up to put him in a more secure position. Now getting his left leg up could be a little difficult as he's gonna use a knee just because he's taller.
I think, yeah, just rely on the knee. Yeah, he does.
When in doubt, knee it out.
So he also finds the top, and once again, Sean Bailey, 8th in the speed, with work to do, is being put under real pressure here. Sean needs a flash. There's no doubt about it.
Definitely does. He might not know if Xander flashes because Xander was on the ball for quite some time. See if he can get it done here.
Climbing out of Seattle, Washington. A town that's produced a few good climbers down the years. And Sean, one of the very best. Looking for that second Olympic slot behind Nathaniel Coleman, who is in here in Sender 1 somewhere.
I'm sure Sean is feeling the pressure a bit as he's making sure all the holds are as fresh as possible for him. He can't really have any more mistakes today. Established on the boulder now, choosing the more static method of pressing in. I said earlier that he has quite good footwork and is generally comfortable on his feet, so this section shouldn't give him too much of a problem. Moving his way out to the left volume with his foot in a nice stance. Really nicely over to the zone. Oh, a little bobble. And he knows that that was a huge mistake.
That's a huge moment as well. It sounds dramatic to say it about one attempt on one boulder, but that means he's not going to be in the lead going into the final boulder. That could be an enormous moment in terms of Olympic qualification. Sean Bailey has slipped, managed to recruit no less than 3 brushes to scrub those volumes.
And he almost saved it. He was so close to making it work for him, but at the last second just loses it. And he's already used half of his time almost, so he has time, but he really needs to make sure he moves quick enough through things. Another.
Almost lost another attempt to that one.
Better save for sure that time. Gets into that palm press easily and should be able to finish it off with no problem.
So it does get it done, Sean, but the fact that it required 2 attempts may come back to haunt him.
And that was one of those times too where it looked like he was being overcautious, and you can't really be that way when he goes to a dynamic movement like that. But it's hard with all of that pressure. He has to balance the level of committing to moves as well as being cautious in a sense so that he doesn't make any mistakes.
So it went by pretty quickly, that second boulder actually. Initially looked like it might take a while, and then suddenly the tops came thick and fast, and there you can see what's happened to Sean Bailey. It's dropped right down to 4th, and it's Sander Waller and Zach Galler who are setting the pace. Colin Duffy only just behind them, and Sean Bailey in 4th place due only to attempts to zone. Lower down the order, Carlos Granier and Danny Valencia got 1 top and 2 zones each, and then with no tops but 1 zone each, Cesar Grosso and Jose Ramon Santos Bull. So the 4 Americans who qualified first for the boulder, they were the 4th highest ranked climbers in the boulder section of the qualifying round. They are the 4 highest ranked in the first 2 boulders in the final as well.
Crowd's all moving to the other side of the room so that they can have a look at the 3rd boulder. Just enjoying the cameras in their faces.
IFSC officials just making sure that everything is in order. Venue MC getting everyone G'd up, and it will be Danny Valencia out first. Same starting order on all the boulders.
Though this is the more powerful of the three boulders, it is the easiest one to read. So it really comes down to if you have the power and strength in your fingers to get through these movements. So it'll be interesting to see if we see more tops on this boulder than the other ones, just due to its straightforwardness.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting boulder to finish with. I have to say, I thought number 1 would cause more climbers more problems than it ended up doing. So we will just see how they find this number 3. I think if they find that figure of 4, it's one of those boulders, they do say there's only 2 grades, them you can do and them you can't. And if you can't do it, if you haven't got the horsepower to move through that lower section, it could feel like quite a long 4 minutes standing on the mats and looking up at it. If on the other hand you have power to burn, you should, in theory, just blast through this boulder. And if you find that figure of 4, which we saw a couple of climbers motioning during observation, then even more so, you should be through this one pretty quickly.
Well, and I think that's part of the reason why Sean was so devastated having taken a fall on men's side. He knows
Danny Valencia out now for his 3rd boulder. Got 1 top and 2 zones. Top required 5 attempts.
just taking a quick second to familiarize himself with the boulder, since it's been a while since observation at this point. It is interesting to see who decides to wear a chalk bag and who doesn't. I always preferred to in bouldering, just because you never know if you'll get a chance to chalk up. But seeing this figure 4 here, I'm sure a lot of the men might decide to.
So no problem at all with Danny Valencia through that lower section. Looked very casual earlier on. Will he try the figure of 4? He's going to try and match and then swap hands. That will cause him problems higher up if he does manage it, because he'll then be tied up a bit later on. I'm not sure this is the method at all, but let's see what he's got. It goes up to the pocket. The crowd react.
Extremely strong climbing by Danny, but not necessarily the most efficient, having to ghost match the pocket twice. Needs to take a second to then do the bump.
Crowd getting right behind him, and as well they might. He's putting on an amazing show here, Danny Valencia. Matched the first pocket, ghost matched the second one, creating an awful lot of extra work for himself, but he's still hanging on in there. A couple of moves looked like he was absolutely on the limit, and energy-wise, even though it's his first attempt, I wonder if he'd have enough juice for another go if this one doesn't work out, and it is not going to work out. Well, I have to say, Danny Valencia, I think the best thing he could do is probably take about a minute.
At least a minute. I think this boulder can be done in 30 seconds, and he definitely knows what to do. I think it took him a few seconds too long to figure out that he needed to get his heel up on that volume to make that sloper feel better. And then once he tried to, I think he was just too fatigued to fully get the heel up. He had his toe on, he wasn't able to get the heel up there. My fingers hurt from watching that, I have to say. Like, all of my joints are aching.
Yeah, that was quite extraordinary. As I say, matched the first pocket. Had no choice but to ghost match, where you swap your fingers in a split second, so you're actually never holding it with both hands at exactly the same time on the second pocket. Yeah, made an already pretty challenging boulder even more challenging, but nearly made it work. But I have to say, by the time he got to the top, somewhat unsurprisingly, he was looking pretty tired.
And the sloper that he is on is not very good, and it really doesn't get better until you're on that heel, moving your body to the left more. So to be hanging on in that position is just going to zap his energy.
Right, here he goes again. These moves, which I have to say look really tough when we first looked at them, he has cruised through. And this, although it's only his second go, will almost certainly be his last. And again, he's going for the match. and he can't make it work. You want to cross through there ideally, just come through with the left hand.
It's interesting that he didn't even see the method of figure four and came up with such a wild way to do it.
Well, we said that the method is not, hopefully not too complicated on that boulder, but Danny Valencia certainly didn't stick to the prescribed way of doing it. Let's see what Cesar's got to say about it.
And this is the last boulder, so it's his last chance to get any.
Yeah, needs to get on the board really, just a one zone so far.
It'll be interesting to see if he saw the figure four method, or even just going left hand across to that second pocket. Just keeps you in a much better sequence. Gonna have to dead point to that pocket. It's not too difficult of a move, but the actual dead point, which he has to do to like aim for that small surface area, is more difficult than it looks.
Just explain for, hopefully we've got lots of new climbers watching this, explain what you mean by a dead point.
So when you're dead pointing, you are using momentum, but it's not the same kind of momentum like when you're actually jumping to things. It's like small momentum to a small surface area. So it's all about measuring the distance perfectly in order to get into whatever you're trying to grab. And here it's that pocket. So there's a lot of timing involved, and he's just not really getting that timing right.
Yeah, and he's just, I think he's slightly over the pocket. I think his middle finger there just caught above the pocket and then had to drop into it. You've really got to go straight in.
Yeah, and you really can't afford to do that when the surface area is so small. This is one of those moves, too, that something weird could happen if you catch it with one finger. You're in a position where you could tweak something. It's kind of a scary move that you have to commit to. It looks like he tried to match to maybe set up his body angle a little different to come into the pocket.
It must be really hard not to think about your competitors, because Cesar must know from the fact that he was in the call zone for 4 minutes that it hasn't been done, so he must know in the back of his head that it's tough.
But then at the same time, he hasn't done a boulder, so he knows it's tough, and he's probably thinking, well, this is my shot, I need to do this boulder.
Yeah, because right now, after 4th in the speed, and if things don't change, 7th in the boulder, he's already got 28 points, 4 multiplied by 7, and going into the lead wall, that's a big number. So he could do with moving himself up the order, that is for sure, if he wants to have any chance. He's just missing that pocket. Danny Valencia was incredibly accurate, made this move look very straightforward.
It is another one of those moves where like the confidence is so key. You can't halfway go to it. That's when you'll have a hard time getting into the pocket. So the more confident you are, and I feel like Danny came out was extremely confident. Even confident in his misreading of the boulder. I mean, I feel like that's the reason it worked, because of how confident he was.
This time he makes it. We actually just missed it, but gets it done. And now I'd imagine we'll cross through. There's the figure of 4. Crowd enjoyed that. And he went through with the left hand. I mean, he's going to have a pretty long rest here, Cesar. He is the 6 climbers still to go after him, but he decides against another guy, I was going to say, but he's 3rd out in the lead, so you know, he'll have probably the best part of an hour or so to rest, but decides against another attempt. Here's Carlos, 2nd in the speed. Currently 5th in the boulder, which actually isn't the end of the world. That would be 10 points, 2 multiplied by 5, so not disastrous at all. Got some work to do if he's going to catch these 4 Americans. As it stands, they are disappearing off into the distance. What can he do about it?
Nicely into the pocket, which is the zone hold. He's going to set up for that figure 4. Just trying to figure out how to stabilize his body. Oh, the one arm.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Grabbed his wrist, which can be surprisingly effective. It just gives you something. I mean, it sounds ridiculous. It gives you something to pull off, even though it is your own arm. It's better than just going from nothing.
I'm actually now questioning if he saw the figure four, because I don't think he was actually setting up into it. I thought he was trying to stabilize himself to set up for it, but didn't quite make that happen.
It seemed during observation that we got fairly minimal communication between the climbers.
That's actually true. I think we saw a lot more communication with the women yesterday.
Everyone just seemed to do their own thing in observation for the men today. He's feeling that right hand a little, Carlos. You could see him giving it a shake there. There must have been an awful lot of strain going through it when he was locked off on it.
It's another movement that isn't the most difficult, but difficult enough that it's going to zap your energy every time you try it. Gets into it much nicer that time. Now, if you can go into the figure four now with that left hand lower, looks like he's just going to go the campus method, and this is what I was worried about. When the men are so strong, it's hard to sometimes remember that there's other ways to make the moves feel easier, because in their mind, they know, oh, I'm strong enough to do this, but it's not the most efficient way.
I feel like the route setters have got the distance quite nice between the pockets. You could see if you're going to campus it, you need truly amazing power. You really need to be a little more creative. It's just far enough away that the campus won't quite work. And he's had a hand on it a couple of times, but I have to say, it never really looked like he was going to stay there. And it also, the way it's positioned, it's sloping down slightly. So
and it's the wrong side of the pocket. It's the worst side of the pocket. They have it flipped. He did just motion with his, when he was on the floor, he motioned with his leg like he was gonna figure four, and then he didn't.
Keeps holding that right hand. I'm not surprised. I don't think he's got an injury. I think it's just the strain of holding that position. The problem is every time he goes up, he looks like he can hold that position for less time.
Definitely, and the strain that happens, especially when the pocket is that good, because you're really loading it, so it's kind of a shock to the system. I mean, I feel like we don't even see pockets that often in competition, so to have a move like this is quite intense.
Right, well, I think this will almost certainly be his last attempt, Carlos, if not for time, then for energy. And again, he's just going to go for it quickly. You can see he's missing with the left hand.
And every time he misses, he unwinds back into that right hand, which just adds more stress to those fingers.
Well, I think he'd be glad of every bit of rest he can find now, actually. Jose Ramon Santos Bull, here he is, will be out next. What a story it would be for the Olympics and for climbing if a Central or South American could find a way to the games. Remember, we will have an African climber. We've got the African Championships coming up in a few weeks' time, the third weekend of March. There will also be a climber from Oceania on both men's and women's side. Their championship coming up, that overlaps with the European Championships actually. But we don't yet have a Central or South American, and there's no guarantee that we will have one either. This is their shot.
Jose Ramon just overshooting the pocket that time. See if he can set up a little nicer. It's always difficult on a move like that to know exactly how much momentum you need to go to with it. You saw him bring his right foot up for a second, then drop it and just push off the left, kind of taking back some of that momentum.
There he goes again. He's missed the pocket a few times, misses it again this time.
Chose to keep both feet on that time to set up for the jump. It looked a little better. Seems like you do need a little more distance.
There's quite a lot riding on this one actually, because if he could find even a zone here, he would move up from 8th into 7th, which could make quite a big difference, but with 7th in the speed, he'd still be on 49 ranking points.
Straight into that figure four.
Oh, and you can see the difference it makes versus watching Carlos Grania trying to do it. Oh, Oh, the problem is he couldn't unwind the figure of 4.
That does become the more tricky part. Once you are into that second pocket, you do have to unwind, but a lot less energy exerted by that method, so he should have a few more goes in him. It's a good idea to take a few seconds to make sure you have the top of the boulder dialed. It's the worst thing to get up there and kind of forget what you're doing after putting in all that work and having that clock count down.
Just over a minute and a half. What can he do? He's already hit the pocket. He's found the figure of 4 method. What he hasn't done is converted it. And this bowler yet to see a top.
Nicely back into the zone.
And he's got the figure of 4 method dialed. You can see exactly what it does, what the advantages of the figure of 4 are, just bringing it a little bit closer, making the move a little less dynamic. But the problem he's got is how to then free up the leg.
It's a lot of upper body strength to be able to just take the leg out without placing his foot on a hold. He's trying to use a hold to kind of unhook his leg, just kind of struggling with that portion.
And interestingly enough, if he can't get this done, then even halfway through this boulder, we'll know that the 4 Americans will finish 1, 2, 3, and 4 on the boulders. It's only the order that's yet to be decided. Energy-wise, surely can't have another go after this.
Yeah,
So this will be it.
See if he can figure out exactly how to get out of this figure 4 this time. Oh, can't even get fully into it, a little bit too fatigued.
So that will be that. He's looking back up at the boulder, but he doesn't have time for another go. There's not much point really because he already had the zone, so you're certainly not going to top it with 10 seconds to spare. So Jose Ramon Santos Bull leaves us in 8th place actually for the boulders. So 7th in the speed, 8th on the bowlers. I think sadly that is his chance long gone. Already on 56 ranking points, unlikely to be enough to get him even onto the podium sadly, but there is how they stand right now. The 4 Americans will finish 1, 2, 3 and 4 here on the bowlers. Carlos Grande, Danny Valencia will be 6th, Cesar Grosso will be 7th, and Jose Ramon Santos Bull will be 8th. I think certainly for those bottom 2, Cesar and Jose Ramon, it's now going to take a miracle for them to get onto the podium, and I suspect the Olympic slot really is gone now for them. But anything could happen on the lead wall.
That's true, mistakes do happen. Not as often as in speed, but you never know.
Colin Duffy, multiple youth world champion, real fierce competitor.
Definitely a fierce competitor. Just a fierce climber in general, even in training. Doesn't really turn that fierceness off. I'm sure he's gonna love the movement of this boulder problem, hoping that he found the figure 4. Almost statics to that.
Yeah, a bit.
Oh.
Well, he's got power to burn. Finds the figure of 4. This is still his first attempt. Manages to unwind, which was the problem for Jose Ramon.
He really does need a flash here if he's going to keep himself at the top of the standings. Needs to set the heel there, but decides not to and can do it without it.
Could be about to see the first top of this boulder. Colin Duffy has absolutely walked that.
Really great climbing there by Colin Duffy. It's unfortunate that that first boulder he took 2 attempts to do because we've seen a lot of flashes from the U.S. men, but climbing, great way to end the round and set up nicely to go into that lead discipline, which he excels at.
And he's not burned much energy, that's for sure. There's a limit to how much you can tire yourself out in 45 seconds or however long you can see on the wall. Zach Galler out next. Currently sitting in 2nd place.
Definitely a boulder that Zach Gallo will also really like, having a lot of extra upper body strength to spare. The chance of him not doing the figure four is there just because he is so strong upper body wise, but I did see him, a little slip.
Well, that could be absolutely massive, you know, because
that was so strange too. I don't even know.
Yeah, Xander Waller flashed both of the boulders, so if Xander Waller flashes this one, he'll win the boulder part of the competition. So that little slip, we've said it a couple of times, mini moments in this combined format can be absolutely crucial, and we might have seen one there. Zach Galler slipping
nicely into the figure four.
Yeah, he'll be pleased if he gets it done, but I can't help but think he might also be a little frustrated about that slip because it could be absolutely crucial. Remember, of course, he won the speed part of the combined competition today.
Went to set the heel, but decides to match the sloper, which is a little bit risky. Barely onto that crimp, but set up to go to the top, which isn't the most difficult move. Needs two hands.
Yeah, make sure of it with the toe hook out on the right, but I mean, imagine the position he would have been in if he would have been almost unbeatable if he'd got one on the speed and one in the boulder, but as it is, he slipped down the order a bit just from that slip on his third boulder.
Which really leaves the door open for Colin and Sean specifically, since
Xander Waller here can win the boulder round by flashing this boulder. Nobody will be able to catch him if he gets it done first go. I mean, he doesn't know that, of course.
I'm sure he has some idea, though. I think oftentimes you kind of keep track in the back a bit. Working his way up through this roof section. Nicely into the zone. Immediately setting up for that figure four. Just needs to twist around a little bit more. Almost there. Got to twist a little bit more. Barely into the pocket. Unwinds nicely, though.
Oh, the American climbers are cruising these boulders.
Gonna need to get his foot up here. Although, we'll see if he might just... Oh, he's gonna go with the heel to the crimp. Ooh, nice save there. Looking for a flash, needs two hands.
That is a perfect boulder round from him. 3 boulders, 3 flashes. It does not get any better. He is going to win the boulder round. Well, he was 6th in the speed, which is not a great start, but 6 multiplied by 1. 6 ranking points going onto the lead wall. That puts him in such a strong position. Sean Bailey under massive pressure now.
And he also does excel at lead, like Sean Bailey and Colin Duffy. Maybe not as much international success as those two, but he got 2nd at Sport and Speed Nationals for USA Climbing last year. So it's a good chance that he could really do something in the lead discipline. I'm sure Sean is feeling the pressure right now.
Sean Bailey knew exactly what he wanted, came out, told the Brusher. Brusher wasn't doing what he was asking, and he took matters into his own hands. Now is now ready to climb. Already 30 seconds elapsed, but time not really a factor on this boulder. It's just all about power, and I think you've only really got 2, maybe 3 good attempts at this one. Sean really could do with getting it done first go. Will he figure a 4? Yes, he will. I think he thought about just going for it without the figure of 4, but it does make the move a lot easier. Gives you a little bit of extra work to do as you unwind.
Nicely through that unwinding section, up into the sloper. Gonna go with that heel and a match. We saw Zach Gallen match as well. It's kind of uncomfortable on that heel. Just needs to get enough momentum to the crimp, able to make it happen.
The heel popped,
wow.
Yeah.
Super close.
Heel popped at the crucial moment. Sean Bailey now lining it up. The left hand lands, and so does the right. So that slip on number 2 actually has been absolutely crucial. He will move ahead of Colin Duffy. Let's just wait for the scores. Scores will just take you, with comic timing, take you a little while to update. By my maths, that's Xander Waller in first place on the boulder. Yes, it is. And then I believe when the scores come through, Colin Duffy will be second, and Sean Bailey is down in third. 3 tops, 3 zones, but the 4 attempts being absolutely crucial. Yeah, that is how it finishes. Xander Wallet doesn't get much better than that. He was 6th in the speed, but he's 1st on the boulders. Colin Duffy, meanwhile, 5th on the speed wall and now 2nd on the boulders, puts him in a very strong position ahead of his favoured position of lead. Remember, he was the only climber to find a top in the lead qualifying. Sean Bailey down there in 3rd needed, I think, a bigger result than that. He's maybe losing his favourite tag right in front of our eyes. And then Zach Galler takes 4th. A bit lower down the order, it's Carlos Granu takes 5th, Danny Valencia 6th, and Cesar Grosso 7th, with Jose Ramos Santos Bull in 8th. Oh, it's deja vu going back to the lead wall with it all to play for. That's how they stand in the overall rankings right now. Zach Galler, thanks to his 1st place in speed, is still leading the way overall. 4 ranking points. Xander Waller is in 2nd, Colin Duffy 3rd, Carlos Grania 4th, Danny Valencia 5th, Sean Bailey down there in 6th, Cesar Grosso 7th, Jose Ramon Santos Bull in 8th. And I mean, we said for Cesar and Jose Ramon, it's the Olympic slot looks out of reach. We're not far off that scenario with Sean Bailey. I mean, you think just what a bad result Colin Duffy, Xander Waller and Zach Galler would all need in order for Sean to rocket up the order. 24 ranking points is actually quite a lot. We don't see many people winning combined competitions on 24, which is the lowest score he can get if he gets a 1 next to his name in the lead.
Exactly, and that's just going to be so much more added pressure going into lead, knowing that even if you do walk away with a number 1 in that discipline, you have to then just wait to see what other people do, because there's nothing else in your control. He'd have to be perfect, and even being perfect in lead might not be enough. Kind of a devastating day for Sean Bailey thus far.
Yeah, it's just not going according to plan at all. Let's have a look at some of the best of the action. Feels a long time ago we were over on Boulder 1. It's Colin Duffy getting the job done. First climber to top that one. Zach Galler got it done. Xander Waller got it done as well. Sean Bailey got it done. Yeah, we've said it so many times, but micro moments. This was the best of the action on number 2. It was Sean Bailey's slip on number 2. It was a foot slip, and it cost him so much.
It honestly might have cost him.
I think it probably cost him the Olympic slot. Yeah.
There's a good chance that it did, and kind of a terrible thing to think about, that just a foot slip can do that, but that's just how tough the competition is here.
Yeah, because his performance on the boulders in the qualification round would have moved him into 1st if he tied with Xander Waller. But that foot slip meant he needed 1 more attempt, and it was absolutely crucial. This was Colin Duffy bringing it home. Zach Galler, no problems at all. Ditto Xander Waller. And Sean Bailey did likewise. But yeah, Sean's day just got away from him. I mean, difficult on the speed wall. He committed to going for the Olympics quite late. Hasn't had that much time to work on the speed route. Might have been hoping for a lucky break here and there. Didn't get one and ended up 8th, and therefore needed big results throughout the rest of the day. And that slip on number 2, I don't think it's any exaggeration to say when we look back on this competition, we might say that is where he lost his Olympic slot. Because he, frankly, needs a miracle on the lead wall.
He really does. And as we've been saying during this entire broadcast, that's the crazy thing about climbing, is anything really can happen. So he really needs to stay positive to keep himself in the game, because it's not over until it's over. But it's going to be tough for him. Yeah, I mean, if I'm just taking one example, if Zach Galler finishes 5th or better on the lead wall, which seems more than possible, regardless of what Sean Bailey does, then Zach Galler will beat him. Xander Waller, similarly, if he can get 4th or better, will move ahead of Sean. So I think
for Sean Bailey, the favourite coming into this. The day may well have got away from him, and with it the Olympic slot has gone as well. I think it is likely to be a battle between Zach Galler, Xander Waller, Colin Duffy and Carlos Grania, with Danny Valencia nipping at their heels. But I think realistically those first 4 names, it's probably going to go to one of them, and he's going to be so tight. Zach Galler, he was first in the speed, 4th on the boulders, 4 ranking points. Xander Waller, 6th in speed, 1st in boulder, 6 ranking points, and then Colin Duffy, a 5th and a 2nd, 10 ranking points, and also Carlos Grania, a 2nd and then a 5th, so 10 ranking points. So it's very, very tight at the top. I think realistically it will almost certainly come down to those 4. Cesar Grosso and Jose Ramos Santos Bull. Cesar not statistically out of it, but I think almost certainly, realistically almost certainly out of it. And Jose Ramos Santos Bull, the only of the 8 climbers going to the lead wall who now can't win the competition.
Kind of so much going on right now to even try to predict what's going to happen. And they haven't even seen the route yet, so they still have their observation time coming up to see if it's something that they think they can do. And the head wall of this route being the part that's going to be the most difficult. Though a lot of them are quite fresh from the boulders as well, so I wonder if that will throw a wrench into the plan on the difficulty of the route.
It's getting very tense here in Sender 1. Big moments just come and go in this combined format. Sometimes you don't even notice them. It's only when you look back and you think that was the crucial moment. And the American climbers really stamping their authority all over the boulders. And they had a pretty good time on the speed as well. Zach Galler winning there. I mean, if he'd managed to flash all the boulders, which he was only 1 attempt away from doing, then he might already be home and hosed.
And it's actually wild that he slipped where he slipped on that 3rd boulder, because that wasn't even really a move. He just fully had a foot pop. So wild how quickly things can just change in this format. And of the 3 U.S. men currently in that race, Zach is the one who doesn't excel at lead as much as Xander and Colin do. So that speed result being more and more important for him.
We saw this yesterday. You train your whole life, and realistically it's going to come down, I think, between those 4 men, barring the most extraordinary miracle, it's going to come down to those 4. And 1 attempt on 1 lead route after years of training. We had very high drama yesterday with Alana Yip sealing her place. I think we are in for something pretty similar here. Jose Ramon Santos Bull will be out first. As I say, he's the only climber who is statistically unable to win the competition. Realistically, there are a couple of others as well, certainly Cesar Grosso, and I have to say Sean Bailey pretty close. But it will be Jose Ramon Santos Bull out first, and then Carlos Grania, then Cesar Grosso, Zach Galler, Xander Waller, Danny Valencia, Sean Bailey, and Colin Duffy out last, with Colin potentially gunning for the win. The last climber out, we are, 20 miles south of Hollywood. We may end up with the ending of all endings. 52 moves in total on the final lead route. Not shorter in terms of height or length than the route we saw yesterday, but a few less moves, so the bigger moves. And a lot of volumes, a lot of compression, body tension really required. Really the last thing you want to see after a hard week of climbing. I think one thing it should be relatively easy on is the skin. I don't think fingertips will be getting too shredded, hopefully. Not too many sharp crimps.
Yeah, the fingertips should be okay, because even the volumes that they're grabbing, they're not throwing to them. It's more tension and static climbing that they'll be doing. so their fingertips should be okay. And since it's the last thing they're going to have to do this weekend, I think they don't need to worry. Similar to the women's route yesterday, the start of this one will be a little easier than the rest of the route, but I would say a little more difficult than what the women started with. They had a pretty easy entry to their route, but I think it turns up a little faster for the men.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday, the women really just rocketing up the first 15 or so moves. It won't be too dissimilar for the men, but as you say, they definitely ratcheted up the difficulty a little bit. Oh, it's hard not to be a little bit nervous after the prospect of going through what everyone in here went through yesterday. Whatever happens, the person going to the Olympics is going to be a young gun. It's not going to be the old hand in Sean Bailey, almost certainly. It is going to be someone who came here in hope rather than expectation. And they will be joining Nathaniel Coleman, Kyra Condi, and Brooke Rabatou, if it is an American man, in the Olympic team. And America will, if one of its climbers can find have filled its 2-man and 2-woman quota. Remember, there is a quota for the Olympics. Maximum 2 men per country and 2 women as well. A few countries already filled their allocation, including Japan.
And it really does make it a little more disappointing for Sean Bailey, considering at the Toulouse qualifier he was quite close to making it there. Kind of the same sort of story with Alana Yip, but she had a very happy ending yesterday. So after all that hard work, I'm sure he will still do his best on this lead route, hoping for a miracle.
So we're just a couple of minutes away. The climbers will once again be reintroduced to the crowd. They'll then have 6 minutes of observation as we try to figure out where we're at, digest where we're up to. Foot slips proving costly for a couple of climbers. But Zach Alexander Waller, Colin Duffy and Carlos Grania almost certain to be the 4 climbers battling it out for that Olympic slot.
I'm sure back in the isolation zone, a lot of the competitors are taking a moment to talk about what's already happened. They're not allowed to share information while they're on the floor or between climbs, but now that the bouldering discipline is done, they can talk about the boulders and maybe some of the things that they enjoyed or what they read wrong. So being able to have that communication behind the wall after a round is done is usually nice to kind of go back and go through everything that happened in the bouldering round.
Yeah, it ended up being very tight. When the first 4 climbers out on that first 4 boulders, I thought we were in for quite a long boulder round with people struggling. But on every boulder, it just seemed the 4 Americans came out and just knocked it out the park every time.
Yeah, they didn't seem to be too challenged by any of the 3 boulders. It was just more a matter of making little mistakes here and there. And I think generally you want the opportunity to try really hard, which they definitely had to try really hard, but sometimes it's nice to know that you can make mistakes. But sometimes rounds are like that where you just kind of need to be perfect. And honestly, in this format, to have a round where you have to be perfect is nice in the sense that you conserve energy, but it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and we've had this debate quite a lot in recent years in the IFSC. I'm thinking particularly about the women in recent times, where there's clearly been one woman in the shape of Janja Garnbret who's really out on her own, and then there's a couple very close behind her in the form of Akio Noguchi and Miho and a couple of others, and the debate's been, well, who do you set for? If you set for Janja, then everybody else gets nailed by the boulders, and if you set for everybody else, then she just walks them. And I think we saw that a little bit in the boulders here. I mean, who realistically, who do you set for? Because it looked like there was a gulf between those at the top and those at the bottom.
Yeah, I think the route setters always have the most difficult job. It's a job of guessing, or it's a game of guessing, and it's a thankless job generally. That someone always has an issue with the route setting, so they work so hard, and even when they are perfect, somebody will probably say something. So it's really hard for them to guess, and I think they do a great job in guessing how people will perform, but it gets trickier when there's a bigger gap in the field, because you want people to do boulders, but you don't want everyone to do all the boulders, and you don't want people to just knock it off the ground.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? I mean, you look down at the results we've just had. You've got Cesar and Jose Ramon with 2 zones, no tops. And then at the top of the order, you've got Xander Waller with 3 flashes on 3 boulders. So pitching that difficulty level is pretty tricky. We've just seen a good example of it there. Lead a little bit easier because you've got 52 moves to play with, and if you just make it harder move by move, you shouldn't be able to go too far wrong. But we shall see. Lead coming up very shortly.
We have 3 things left. We have these nice fancy trekking poles. We have a gift certificate. It's $100 to Adidas, and then lastly, a big old rope.
So yeah, we shouldn't be too far away. Remember, the climbers have a mandatory rest period before the lead gets underway. If you are going to crack open a beer or make yourself a cup of coffee or a good English tea, now would seem to be the time to do it, because once the lead gets underway, you're not going to want to go anywhere.
Not when we're figuring out who the next Olympian will be.
It was tense yesterday. I'm not sure. Okay, well, I'm not sure we can go through all that again. But we are going to have to. Someone is going to be going to the Olympics, and it's going to be someone, as I say, who might have come here in hope rather than expectation. Certainly not going to be the favourite. It could be Carlos Grania, who for me has looked really impressive for a couple of years now as an all-rounder, but then Colin Duffy, Xander Waller, Zach Galler gunning it out. Yeah, Zach Galler currently got the lead, 4th in boulder, 1st in speed, 4 ranking points in total.
But lead being the weakest of the 3 disciplines for him.
Yeah.
Obviously, he's incredibly strong, but endurance is something he's been working on a lot lately. But the same way that it's difficult to really excel at speed quickly, I think with lead climbing, it's not just having endurance and strength, it's also a certain awareness and way of reading things so properly and making the right decisions, and that's something that comes with time in competing in lead competitions. And if you don't have that experience, I think it makes it difficult to really compare to the people who do.
And I think on short, punchy routes, which we do sometimes see in IFSC league competitions, if you have got the horsepower, you can just rely on that and get away with the route reading a little bit. But this route's 52 moves, and if you start getting your reading wrong, you can have all the power in the world, but you are going to power out a bit nearer the top. Some of these sequences, if you get them wrong,
you can't fix them.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be very hard to reverse sequences here. Quite big moves, as I say. Only 52 moves sounds a lot, but when you look how big the wall is, the fact that they squeezed 59 on the qualifying round, it gives you an idea. 7 moves left to cover the same distance. There's some pretty big moves. So it should be pretty interesting how this one pans out. Right now, it's Zach Galler leading the way, 4 ranking points. Xander Waller is currently 2nd with 6. Colin Duffy 3rd with 10. Carlos Grania also on 10 in 4th place. Danny Valencia in 5th. Sean Bailey in 6th. Cesar Grosso in 7th. And Jose Ramon Santos Bull down in 8th with 56 points. So sadly for all the Mexican climbing fans out there, and I know there are a few of them, he won't be going to the Olympics. It sounds, from what we can tell from the venue MC, that we are not too far away from things getting underway here. climbers, as I say, will be reintroduced to the crowd. We'll then have observation, and we should hopefully be underway from there. Only 15 minutes rest for the climbers between the two disciplines. It's not that long to regather their thoughts, and imagine now the adrenaline surge for those climbers who might not have expected to find themselves in this position. And it's the worst part for everyone concerned, including those looking on, is that it's not going to be over until the very final climber. Colin Duffy will be the last climber out. He was the highest ranked climber in the lead qualifiers, having topped the route. Yesterday, when Alana Yip booked her place at the Olympics, we had 2 more climbers after her. This time it will go right down to the wire. Nothing will be decided until Colin Duffy comes out.
Definitely will not be anticlimactic at all. We'll all be on the edge of our seats until the very end.
Yeah, it's been a weekend of high drama here in Los Angeles. Sender One done a great job of hosting us, by the way. It's been a fabulous championship, and it is going to come down to the very last climber on the very last route, just the way we like it, for maximum drama. Up next, as I mentioned earlier, we have got 3 more continental championships: Africa, Oceania and Europe. Asia as well was supposed to take place in Chongqing at the end of April. That has been, as far as I know, is either being rescheduled. We do not have a definitive answer on that. But 3 more of these championships to come, and at the end of them we really will have a pretty good idea of the lineup for the Olympics. Only 1 or 2 slots still to be filled. There's, of course, the tripartite commission slot to be handed out to 1 man and 1 woman. It's effectively a jury who decides who gets that slot. Would be fun to speculate who they might give it to, but I don't think we'll go there. Climbers now introduced in the order that they will climb in. So this is reverse order from how they went in the lead in the qualifiers. Jose Roman Santos Bull, then Carlos Grania, then Cesar Grosso, Zach Galler, Xander Waller, Danny Valencia, the 6th climber, Sean Bailey comes out with his hood up. I think he must have a pretty good idea that really it must be over for him. And Colin Duffy, it's certainly not over for him. Could he swoop in? Could he go from youth climbing superstar, hero of the Youth World Championships, to Olympian? It's certainly not out of the question.
Well, and considering him and Carlos Grania are tied right now, and then looking at that running order from the qualifier, he seems to be in a great position to at least be ahead of Carlos following this discipline, just based off of how they performed in the qualifiers. So that should definitely ease his mind going into this route. But after topping the qualifier route, I'm sure he's looking to take this one all the way to the top as well. And
I know at the time it probably felt like quite a high pressure situation compared to this. It must feel like nothing at all, but in Youth World Championships, successive Youth World Championships, he's come out last under, as I say, what must have seemed like a lot of pressure at the time and found the top. With that pressure amplified 100 times, he now has to do the same here in Southern California. This is the route they'll be taking on. Talk us through it. You can see a lot of volumes involved on this route.
Definitely a lot of volumes, and the volumes we're looking at right now are not terrible, but unlike with the women's route yesterday, they're not as good of holds that you would want at the bottom to kind of maintain that reserve of energy. You start working your way up into this volume section where there are holds, and there's going to be these double toe hooks down to the right of the screen that you're going to have to get while you're on that final black volume, and then have to punch out to that blue hold that's blocked on a volume. So you're going to have to be pretty precise, then work your way up into these volume sections that are quite shouldery moves, and then finally onto some smaller holds. But then another punchy move out right at the top of the screen to the volume with the tick marks. There's a little chip there, and your foot will swing out to that big circular hold that has now left the screen. Then this is where the technical climbing really begins, taking that left hand Gaston and then into that volume hold where those chips are, and then having to flip there actually, which is a move that you need to make, but you don't get awarded any points for flipping. because that hold has already been scored. It's just a movement you have to do, and then some more tenuous climbing through the last few volumes. And even the last hold is kind of a slope, or not the second to last hold, is kind of a slopey hold with weird body balance positions, setting up right before going to the finish hold. After talking to the head route setter, Christian, he didn't foresee that multiple tops would happen. I mean, anything can happen, as we know, but he thought that the top of this route was quite tricky, and if you make any mistakes, it's easy to be off.
Yeah, Christian Bindhammer of Germany, who's been here, what must be 2 weeks across, because we had the Pan American Championship in each individual discipline before this combined part. Then we had the pre-qualifiers, then the qualifiers on Friday, finally the final today. So he's been here a long time working away. Christian told us that on yesterday's women's route, the last move was basically a bit of a gimme. If you got to the second to last hold, you'd get the last hold. Not the case today. We think it's more than possible for climbers to fall on the last move. And you can see there Nathaniel Coleman in the middle of the shot, confirmed Olympian. Josh Levin on the right with the very fetching pink sunglasses. Watching on, would have hoped to be competing himself here, but didn't make it to the championship, sadly, for Josh. Not going to be going to the Olympics. Actually pretty famous across America for his Ninja Warrior antics.
Yeah, definitely. Josh Levin has made quite a name for himself, both in Ninja Warrior as well as climbing. Definitely wanted to get a shot at that Olympic spot, but wasn't able to make it happen. He came pretty close, though. Had a really devastating mishap at the combined invitational where he accidentally skipped a clip and wasn't able to come back down to clip it, so really lost his shot there. But otherwise, he would have probably been at this competition competing.
Such are the margins, and as we've already mentioned a couple of times, foot slips for Zach Galler and Sean Bailey really playing into things here today. Tiny margins already proved to be vital on the boulders. It will be the same on the lead. Misread one move, somehow end up fumbling one clip, and he could be in all sorts of trouble. Think about Becca Frangos yesterday. Ended up doing a sequence not really the optimal way, and then ended up unable to clip, and then she tried to clip 3 or 4 times, it felt like. The quick draw ended up hanging on the back of her leg, and it just cost her. And on the lead route, especially with the quality of the setting, when you've got someone of Christian Bindhammer's caliber, he's done it all indoor and out competitions and on natural rock. When you've got someone of that caliber, they set routes where everything can be going great and the wheels come off very quickly. So you've got to respect every move, every section of the route. And I think a bit unlike yesterday's route, doesn't seem that there are many clear cruxes on this one. We talked yesterday about how much of the route you try and remember. Kind of feels like this one, there's no particular section where you think I really need to memorize that one.
Well, and I also think that there aren't that many sections where you can really rest for a long period of time, so I think that makes it a little difficult too, because sometimes when you're reading the route, you can say to yourself, oh, I'll rest there and I'll check out the next section while I'm up there where I can see things a bit better. But I feel like because the most difficult section is on that head wall and it's really technical, I mean, you're still, the quickness won't be there the same way it was for the women, because it's all about the right body position, so they can't rush it. It's going to be that balance between moving quick enough but not too quick. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the men approach this route.
Yeah, the women's route's still up on the wall. I forgot to ask, actually, whether they're going to leave that. I wonder if the good people of Los Angeles can come and try it out for themselves.
Since it's still up right now, I think there's a chance that they will leave it.
I don't know if there's any regulation or reason why they can't leave it. I don't see any reason it couldn't just be left there for the public to try, which would be great for people, for the climbers of LA to come and attempt the route they've seen, well, either in person or watching the live stream. So yeah, women's route still there. It doesn't look like any holds have been removed. I think it's there in its entirety. And presumably they'll leave the men's route as well. So if you do live locally, See if we can get down here tomorrow and give it a go before they do take it down.
The one part of this route that actually makes me a little nervous is that hop out of the toe hooks in the middle of the wall. It's kind of at the bottom of our screen right now.
So those two black volumes kind of mirroring each other. That's what you're talking about?
Those are where the toe hooks will be, so your hands will be on that other black volume, and you're going to set up to kind of pounce out to the blue hold on the black volume that's right in the orange bit of the wall. And it's not really going to be too crazy of a move, but the fact that there's another hold blocking part of the surface area creates that need to be accurate. By itself, not so bad, but after halfway, or after all the moves climbing to that halfway point on the wall, I feel like it can be a little tricky. And I think more dynamic moves like that on any route can be a little stressful. I don't know if you remember back in Arco, I think Arco 2017, Alex Megos missed a dyno at the start of a finals route. So anytime there's jumping, there's room for a bit of error and a little bit risky climbing. So always makes me a little uncomfortable.
Well, we've mentioned a couple of times the chief route setter here for the league, Christian Bindhammer, and I believe we can hear from him about now.
Yeah, today we will have quite a pumpy section in the start. So this means quite a lot of slopers. You have to hold the pressure high, good tension on the body, and then it gets to a more or less a little bit more uncontrollable move from a small crimp to a side hold, where the body moves a little bit to the right. This means you have to be fast with the feet. And then in the very end we have a quite selective part with quite slopey holds on volumes, and with a quite high foot hook over the hand to do the last jump to the top hold.
So Christian Bindhammer there giving, we've already had a good look at the route, but always good to hear from the man who set it. And that is the order they'll come out in. Remember, unlike in previous combined competitions, in 2020, it is the reverse order of how the climber performed in that discipline in the qualifiers. So Jose Ramon Santos Bull out first, Carlos Grania, then Cesar Grosso, Zach Galla, Xander Waller, Danny Valencia, Sean Bailey, and Colin Duffy. Okay, get strapped in, everyone watching at home. We went through the ringer yesterday. We are going to go through it again.
Maybe even more so today.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, don't go there. One thing to give you a heads up on at home, by the way, if climbers are tied on ranking points, so if, for example, Colin Duffy was second in the lead and Zach Galla was fifth, they would both have 20 points, and it comes down to who was finished highest in 2 of the 3 disciplines. So you compare who won against the other in inverted commas in 2 disciplines. They can actually be tied on that front as well, but let's just deal with what we get first. We hopefully won't come to that. Although we did see in Toulouse climbers tied to the nearest tenth of a second, falling at the same hold and getting 1.5 each, and let's just not go there.
Here you have a little close-up look at that section of the route I was talking about, where that blue hold is blocking the other one, and the men are going to have to hop to that hold a little bit. I'm sure it'll be okay, but I always get a little bit nervous.
Yeah, it would be a really good hold they're going for. It's a huge hold, but the route setters have just blocked the best part of it. That another interesting section of the route as well. That huge circular volume is just a foothold, a rather elaborate one, but it does mean that the climbers can kind of traverse across it if they choose to.
But even though it is quite good, they still have to keep that body tension the entire time while they're on that hold because the angle isn't too great. You have a quick look at these smaller volumes where the climbing gets quite technical. And the holds are very small. And it'll be really important for the men to keep their hips in this section of the route. To do that hand flip on the lowest of the volumes.
Yeah, and that section we're looking at now is right at the top of the wall. I'm just trying to get a direct line of sight. I think that might actually be the second to last quick draw. That really is high. Anyone that gets up there is firmly in contention. And that's where they're headed. And as we mentioned, no gimme the final move by any means. And remember, IFSC rules apply. It only counts as a top if you clip that top quick draw.
It's always kind of difficult to have a slopey hold at the end of 50+ moves.
Yeah, you just want something you can really get your teeth into. A slopey hold like that is really the last thing you want to see. But that slopey volume to the left of the top, that's where they will be launching from for that final move. And the route setters, what they were basically saying, they think one person will go for the top. That would be the ideal. One person goes for the top move. If someone sticks it, I think they'll be pretty impressed.
I think so too. That was what I was getting from talking to them. I wonder though if they thought the men would struggle with the boulders more, because that could also lead into their performance in the lead, and a few of the men definitely had no issues, so they might be a little fresher than expected.
Looks like we could be about to get underway here. Jose Ramon Santos Pool, 22 years old from Mexico. Yeah, makes his way out. Now, sadly, the championship is gone for him. And the Olympic slot gone as well. He's close on a few of the boulders, but sadly not quite close enough. And now gets underway on the lead route. 6 minutes begins for him. Won't need to climb quite as quickly as the women were being forced to yesterday with 58 moves, but he's still got to get a move on this, even by World Cup standards, a very long wall. And he's safely underway, and our first chance to have a look at the moves.
Getting into the volume section, it's definitely a large volume hold, but it's got a good little lip to it. You see his hands are nicely on it. I believe they get a little worse as you go. These next two are smaller, more pinchy volumes. As you see, his thumb's really activated there. Now he has to do that shoulder move into the last of the volumes in a row. It's kind of a sea of volumes. Gonna start getting back into more of the hand holds. Already seeing some of the more tension moves with not actually having footholds and needing to just heel hook with his left foot on that volume.
Yeah, untroubled so far. We can see the toe hooks coming up that we mentioned earlier.
He's got another blocked hold to his right. It's a really nifty trick that the route setters do with the blocking of holds. It creates another hold actually than what they've been given, so they can manipulate the hold. He's trying to figure out how he wants to work his way into this next section. Does a heel with the left foot. He's gonna need to get the right foot out and toe hook soon.
Or is he?
Looks like, oh wow. Could have lost the tension there. He's choosing to get into the toe hook.
Yeah, a day late and $1 short, but he finds it in the end. And now, yeah, the first really key move here is this jump out left, and you can see the hold he's going for is blocked. It would be a great hold if it wasn't blocked. As it is, it's not too bad. You've just got to be quite accurate. I think quite sensibly chooses to get the clip done. That's one less thing to worry about when you do arrive at the end of the jump.
Ideally, he's going to want his right hand to stay on, but there's a chance that it'll come off and he'll have to hold that swing just with his left hand. These are just always nerve-wracking moves. Able to hold it with the right. Nicely done there.
Yeah, really accurate from him. I think he might feel a little short-changed in the boulders. He got close on a few, but couldn't quite make them work. Suddenly the elbows are out. It's just starting to shake a little bit. And how much longer can he hang on? Not much longer. Looked pretty good setting up for the jump, but having got through it, the pump really seems to arrive. and falls around 2/3 of the way up the route. Obviously a high point for now, but we'll have to see for how long it stands. Carlos Grania out next. The first, really, of the 4 contenders for the win.
And really not needing nor really having an option for a good rest until right before the jump move, which kind of is nice that you can set yourself up mentally to go for it. Not that most of these climbers are scared of doing a jump that high off the ground, but it's risky when too many points of your body come off the wall, especially in lead climbing, because the idea is to generally have all points on at all times to be successful. So when you're forced to be dynamic, it's that risk of zapping energy, that risk of fumbling a little bit. So it's definitely a challenge that the route setters have prepared for the men.
Carlos Grande out next. Here he is. This is a pretty big moment. The Ecuadorian, one of the 4 climbers, really with a really strong chance of making it. We're not discounting the possibility of those lower down doing it, but it would require a quite extraordinary set of results for everyone else. So I think Carlos Grande very much in with the shout. Second in the speed, 5th in the boulder. How different his day might have looked had he stuck a clean run together on his last go on the speed wall. As it is, he's still very much in there. Not the cleanest of clips actually on the first one.
Well, and he's probably a little more fatigued than some of the men right now, seeing as he had to attempt the boulders multiple times except for that second one, so doesn't have that advantage of getting through that bouldering round super fast. Working his way into the volume section nicely with that first shoulder move. I'd say probably the first strenuous move of the route. Kind of lose your feet here and have to bring that heel in right away, which not so difficult by itself, but as the moves build. Now getting up into the next volume section, another move out right to a blocked hold coming up.
After all the issues we had in Hachioji with bolts, wants to be careful of those ones. You can see him pretty close to the line. He wasn't far off one a couple of moves ago. Now he's up to what will be the toe hooks in just a second.
I think we'll see a lot of the men here decide to put the toe hook in at a different point depending on how they feel on the handholds. It'll be wise to do the clip right now, then getting ready to set up for that jump. He does look a little fatigued already. Nicely into the jump, keeping both hands on. Now he can kind of take a second to relax before another shouldery bit.
34 plus the current high point, which is not that much further on. 34 and 35 as he asks the crowd for a bit of encouragement. It's the black volume that we just saw, so not this one but the next one. So if he can match that, then he'll move into the lead. There it is.
It would be good to go out to this next volume before he clips. It'll set him up better to make that clip. Very nicely done.
Yeah, exactly. Able to clip from a straight arm, which is always preferable, and hanging directly underneath it. Beginning to look really tired, but he is pushing the high point further and further out now. You can see there.
He's in a pretty nice position to get a little bit back, but he's going to have to keep moving. And this is where it's going to start to get a little more difficult. Needs to bump again. Almost does it. Yeah,
that'll be a 39 plus for him if the judges see the route map as it's been shown to us. So 39 plus. We shall see. It's we talk about these micro moments. We may just have witnessed one. We just don't know. It is a high point for now. There are 6 climbers still to come. And all we and everyone else can do is just watch and see. He has got a nervous wait. I mean, no pressure, but there's an Olympic slot riding on what happens in the next half hour. I think, was he just checking perhaps that he had at least surpassed Jose Ramon's previous high point? I think he just nodded to someone in the crowd. Cesar Grosso up next.
very consistent in terms of that section where it really starts to turn up a little bit for the men, which compared to the women's route is a little bit lower on the wall.
So, barring something really extraordinary happening, Cesar, sadly for him, will not be going to the Olympics and he won't be winning the competition, but his result here can, of course, affect everyone else, and that's why this combined format is so difficult to predict, is that until everyone's finished climbing, you don't really know anything, because if the last person comes out and does best, everyone's ranking changes. But 39 plus.
Yeah, it's really tricky to predict things, and you can't celebrate too early or be disappointed too early. So all of the athletes currently watching after being done with the competition, they just have to sit and wait till the very end. The tension kind of never goes away.
Yeah, 39 plus, the current high point set a couple of minutes ago by Carlos Grania.
Nicely through that shouldery section, which is kind of the first part of the route that gets a little tricky.
He's starting to look tired, actually pretty low down, Cesar Grosso.
Yeah, really needs to make good clipping decisions. That's one thing that I think comes with experience in lead competitions, is making sure you find the exact best places to clip from, because if you can find a straight arm clipping stance, you are just ahead of the game, and oftentimes you'll see people locking off and clipping and they're just zapping their energy every second.
And yeah, this level of competition, the clips are almost a move in themselves.
They really are.
I mean, the quick draws have caused so many problems in the past couple of seasons of IFSC league competitions. Sometimes the stars of the show. We've seen quite a lot of people undone by awkward clipping. He actually just missed there on the jump, but rescued it.
And that's the kind of fumble that is possible on a move like that, and that's what always makes me nervous when I see that inner route, because then there's that room for error that's available.
And he'll move into second place now. As I say, 39 plus. There it is. That's 39 labelled there for Carlos. He's into second place. Has he found a... I thought he'd found a little knee bar there. Not really. It's just
more of a scum, I think.
Yeah, just pushing his knee against the volume rather than really jamming it.
It looked like he was almost going to be able to stack the knees to make it work, but looking quite smooth as he gets into this head wall a bit more. So this is another punchy move.
This is where Carlos Grania fell. Actually, he goes out right instead of going out left. He skips hold 40 altogether, which is a little crimp. And having looked tired, very low on the route, seems to have just got his energy back from somewhere. I mean, his Pan American Championships will end here, so he might as well give it everything. And he has set a new high point, 42 plus by my reckoning, will be where it stands. He'll be pretty happy with that. I mean, a whole around 25, I suddenly thought he looked gassed, and then
right?
And then it just came back.
Well, and he was just getting into that section that starts to get really difficult, and you have to have a lot left in the tank to be able to do those moves. There's a way in which you might be able to make that move. He fell on a little easier by taking the foothold to then use as an intermediate before the cross. He chose to go with the cross, but just didn't have enough left in the tank. As we'll see, some of the other lead climbers probably have a little more energy at that point, but really nice climbing there by Cesar. Great way to end his competition this weekend.
Yeah, first of the Americans out now, Zach Galla. Now he is currently leading the competition. 4 points for him. He was first in the speed. He was fourth on the boulders. Were it not for a slip, he could have actually been second on the boulders. But as it is, first on the speed, fourth in the boulders. And yeah, a man firmly in contention for this Olympic slot. Carlos Grania, by the way, now moves down into second, meaning that at best he's going to end up with 20 ranking points. And I think really almost certainly the climber who wins here will be the one who does best in the lead. I think if you're not first in the lead when the rankings are all so close together, you'd be pretty lucky to then take the win. So I think sadly for Carlos Grania, that may be the end of the road for him. 20 points at best may end up being 30, 40, maybe even more.
Zach getting off to a really quick start here on the route, moving with a lot of confidence and really doing a good job of trying to keep his feet on the wall as much as possible. I think oftentimes you see athletes who really excel at bouldering have trouble wanting to keep their feet on. They like to swing a lot generally, but he's definitely making a lot of good decisions so far. Really close. It almost looked like he stepped on that bolt hanger. Actually, I'm not sure. We'll have to find out later, but...
Yeah, well, if we clocked it, I'm sure everyone else did, so that will require another look. The bolts are actually kind of tantalizingly close to the root. I'll pass no comment on that.
From certain angles, though, one can be hovering, so never quite know. That's something up to the judges, but getting into that toe hook section here. Gonna take a second. Hopefully he chooses to clip from here. I think it's an easier clip, but after you do this jump, you're still in a good position to clip, but he chose to go with the earlier clip.
Yeah, of course, we know the jump hasn't looked too bad. Zach Galler obviously doesn't know anything about it and doesn't even do it as a jump. 4 minutes 10 left on the clock for him. We'll try and get a clock on screen for you. It wouldn't be the IFSC without the clock disappearing every now and then.
Really smart climbing through that section by bringing his foot up to eliminate that jump, which saves energy. You can tell that he's definitely been working on his lead climbing and how he makes decisions. Still looks like he has a lot left in the tank as he works his way into kind of the last section where you can take a second on a good hold. The wall is still quite steep, as you can see from that camera angle. No real room for any route reading errors following this section. Skips that first crimp as he works his way into the pinch volume that has a little chip on it where those tick marks are.
Yeah, next hole is 42 and the current high mark is 42 plus. You can see it there. Not according to our graphic. That's certainly the new high point regardless of where hole 42 is. So Zach Galler pushing the high point further and further. He will be in the lead after this attempt, and he'll just have to sit and watch as 4 climbers come after him. He was going up towards 45. It'll probably be a 44 plus for Zach Galler. Right now, as it stands, he would win the competition. Where will it leave him? As more and more climbers come out, the maths could be about to get relatively complicated.
It's a little bit of misreading there on the route. He tried to go with his right hand, but he needed to actually flip his right hand to grab an undercling on that volume to do that next move with the left hand, which I think he noticed right as he fell that he wasn't in the right sequence. But really great climbing from Zach Galler. He looked really strong and like he had a lot left to give.
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier about Carlos Grania might be slipping down the order. He's now down on 30 ranking points, so sadly that's the end of the road for him for sure. But Zach Galler currently leading the way. If he stays first, and obviously it's all done and dusted. One thing to bear in mind, let's look at those ranking points. Colin Duffy on 10. If he is first and Zach Galler is second, this is in the lead, then Zach Galler will remain ahead of him in the overall standings. So Colin relying not only on his own performance, but he's relying on somebody else passing Zach Galler, because second would actually be enough for Zach, provided the only person who beats him is Colin or someone else still to come. If Xander Waller was to beat him, then second would not be enough for Zach, but it could well be enough, depending on who it is that gets ahead of him, if anyone does. Xander Waller out next, so we'll have a much better idea of the layout in the overall standings once Xander Waller has climbed, because then it'll be Danny Valencia and Sean Bailey, who I think realistically both of them are probably out of the running. So after the next climb, which is Xander Waller, we'll have a much better idea of how things are shaping up. If Xander Waller cannot get ahead of Zach Galler, and Zach Galler remains in first. That could really set him up, because as I say, second would be good enough if only Colin Duffy beats him.
It's really crazy how that all plays out and how many variables there are even when we're on the last discipline. It's just still so many things can happen and still a lot of nervousness.
Well, it's just hard because you don't know when everything's going to shift.
Yeah, like you said, the moments we can't foresee them. They just kind of happen.
44 plus the high point set there by Zach Galler. Xander Waller, next climber.
Xander Waller taking a quick look at the route. Looks like he's definitely used some liquid chalk. See a lot of the climbers use liquid chalk, especially when it comes to lead climbing. It's a nice base to have before you use the powder chalk. Keeps your hands nice and dry. Some nice pump-up music.
Yeah, bit of Van Halen.
Was there music playing before? I can't even remember.
I'm not sure, actually. I think a little absorbed.
Yeah, I've definitely lost in the climbing.
So we've talked about big moments coming and going, seemingly at times unnoticed. This is certainly a big moment, and we are going to notice it, as is everyone else here in Xander Waller, and I'm sure everyone watching at home. Xander Waller really will have a huge effect, huge impact on where this slot goes to the Olympics if it doesn't go to him.
And he's definitely capable of making something happen here, second in lead at Nationals for USA Climbing, so he's been successful in lead competitions. Nice knee bar that he found right there. We haven't seen anyone do that.
Yeah, and we haven't actually seen anyone get too close to the edge of their time. I've been keeping an eye on the venue clock here, and yeah, no one's really been close to running out of time. So I think you're able to burn a little bit of time without too many worries. I think the route will spit virtually everyone off before time becomes an issue.
Yeah, I think the climbing on this route is generally quick, so the time shouldn't be as much of a factor, which I always like that. It's kind of anticlimactic if you start running out the clock. It's a little unfortunate.
Yeah, it's not what we want to see, things being decided by time, and so far everyone's separated nicely in the scores. 44 plus the current high mark. I'll let you know when he's getting anywhere near that sort of level. He's still got a long way to go right now, and 4 minutes 15 remaining for him.
Gonna set up for the jump if he takes it as a jump. We've seen this move done in a little more of a static way. It's also a really good place to rest before getting into more of the strenuous climbing ahead. Doesn't really need to worry about the time as he's moving quite quickly through. Looks like he's gonna pop a little to it. Nicely done. Activates the shoulders to control that swing there.
The jump's actually turned out to be one of those moves. Seems to happen quite often where we have a jump in a lead route that we're all a bit worried about, and then it doesn't really cause any issues at all.
Yeah, it's very hit or miss. Sometimes they can cause issues, sometimes they won't. I think we've only seen one person fumble it a little but still recover, so seems to be on the more efficient side of the jump. Nicely into that shouldery section. The holds are pretty good, but the angle is kicked back quite a lot, so working your shoulders into those two volumes actually is a lot more tiring than you would think. It's kind of the last spot where he can take a few seconds to rest. Looking pretty good. It kind of looks a little bit tired, but I'm sure he has more left in the tank. Getting ready for another one of those more committing moves. choosing to use that heel hook with his left leg to rest a little bit longer before he gets into that head wall of climbing. Doesn't really have his feet in the right position. This is a much better position. Nicely onto that giant foothold.
Yeah, he really is heading up into the serious section of the route now. You can see there 44 plus. That's where Zach Galafal and Xander Waller is looking in control. Definitely getting a little bit pumped. You can just see the right arm, the elbow beginning to come out, but there is 44. Now if he can latch the next move and he's got the hand swap, then he'll take the lead. Goes up with the left hand but makes it work, and that is the lead for him. That is hole 45, so he moves into first place on the lead.
Reading that sequence perfectly with the hand flip and crossing left. Ooh, working his way up to the very top of this boulder. He just needs to get, a foot slip. That could have been it for Xander Waller.
Yeah, that is could have been it for Xander Waller, as you rightly say. I didn't actually get a chance to have a look at the clock in case there's any issues on the ties, but whatever, he will certainly take the lead for now. Can anyone take it off him? We shall see.
He looked so smooth through that upper section, reading it perfectly. That right hand flip to the undercling and crossing to that next volume. Zach Galla didn't quite see that sequence, but phenomenal climbing there from Xander Waller. Not really surprised because he's quite the lead climber.
Yeah, Xander Waller, as it stands, moving into first place. So that means that Zach Galla is going to go into second at best. That would give him 8 points. So he now can't finish ahead of Xander Waller. So Zach Galla is now out of the running. Danny Valencia, who is about to climb, is also out of the running. No matter what happens, he can't get ahead of Xander Waller. It means Sean Bailey is out of the running as well. We're trying to do the maths on the hoof here, and there's moving parts, and the high point keeps getting pushed. I think everybody that's been on the wall has set a high point. It's been pushed out further by every climber. And Colin Duffy, it should be said, is now reliant on, has matters in his own hands, because if he is first, and Xander Waller, if he is first, in fact, he will win the competition, because Xander Waller would then be at best second, and he would have 10 ranking points to Colin's, 12 to Colin's 10. So
Colin doesn't know this, but
Colin doesn't know this, but the maths actually has ended up being quite simple, and it is that if Colin Duffy wins, in inverted commas, the lead part of this combined competition, he will also win the overall title and seal a spot at the Olympics. No pressure.
None at all.
But Danny Valencia for now, third in the speed and sixth on the boulders. 1 top and 3 zones for him on the boulders. Now taking on the lead wall.
Did quite well in the combined qualifier and lead, and he actually is the 2018 Pan American champion. So he's definitely done well in the combined format before, not exactly having his best day, but could still put up a good showing on the lead route. Looking quite comfortable. Yeah, he's certainly got pedigree, and remember, it could really affect things where he finishes, because as we've said a couple of times already, if you finish ahead of everyone else, it affects all their ranking places as well. Suddenly someone that was second ends up third, so their other scores are multiplied by 3, not 2, and the maths can change very, very quickly. So although Danny Valencia now no longer in with a shot of the win, he could affect the outcome of this competition. Getting into that toe hook section, as one of the shorter competitors, he kind of placed that toe hook a little earlier than we've seen some of the other men. Some of them wait till they get all the way to that black volume. Gonna set up for the jump. Oh, and he just hung on to it, I think, from that angle. Yeah, it looked a little more dramatic than we've seen it so far. Yeah, I wonder if that was just a different camera angle, or whether he did nearly miss it. It certainly looked to me like he flailed at it slightly. Now begins to climb out of sight.
So low down here, this is where Jose Ramon Santos Bull fell, was matching that big black volume. So he's going to finish at least, at worst, 7th, Danny Valencia.
Nicely through that shouldery section. And like I mentioned earlier, he's been training here for the past month, so he's definitely got himself acquainted with this height of this and the steepness of this wall. So hopefully that's worked to his advantage and can put something together here. Looks like he is sort of misread that sequence there for a second, tried to grab that volume foothold instead of going straight to that crimp, but able to correct it. Could have been disastrous, but...
Yeah, 48 the current high point, so he's got some way to go before he reaches that. That's the highest black triangular volume, just below the IFSC sign.
Nicely through that powerful section. Now gonna have to set up for that technical, very tensiony section. Can see a little bit of that chip that's on that volume. It's not very good, but he looks comfortable.
So pausing for breath now. He's rushed through a couple of moves and is just recomposing himself now. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left for him. Remember, in the final of a combined competition on the lead wall, if climbers are tied on score, it comes down to time. Grits his teeth and pushes on up to hole 43 and on towards 44. Looks like he's living on the ragged edge here. Danny Valencia, this could be it. It is it. It'll be a 44 plus.
Very similar to Zach Galla. He didn't quite read that section of the route correctly. Without that flip, you're not set up to continue on. I think it's almost impossible to go to that hold he went to with the right hand and actually stick it. So nice climbing, but it's not going to be enough today.
No, same score. Well, we'll wait to see if the judges see it as I did. I think it's the same score as Zach Galla, and it will then come down to time. Yeah, so same score, 44 plus as Zach Galla, but it took him a little bit longer to get there. Burned quite a lot of time, I think, just pausing beneath the moves where he fell. But that's how it stands right now. Colin Duffy there, currently in 3rd, is the only climber still to come who can win the competition. Sean Bailey is out next, but the win is gone for him. The Olympic dream sadly ends here. He's been close on a couple of occasions, notably in Toulouse. And he was the favourite coming in today, qualified in 1st place. He hasn't converted it, and here he is on the lead wall. Nothing left to play for other than pride, but he'll want to put on a show here in Southern California. I think he's well aware that it's over for him now. He must be, even if he's not aware that it's mathematically gone, he must be well aware that he needs a miracle.
Definitely a disappointing situation to be in for Sean. Don't think it'll keep him from doing his best here in the lead discipline. I think a top is possible for him.
It's very hard though, isn't it, when you've had the build up to this event and then the adrenaline of the day and for to know that it's over. It must be hard to give quite as good a performance as you could if everything was still on the line.
It's definitely more difficult, but I think obviously results are important, but I think to be able to put it together and still do his best shows a lot of integrity, and I think that that's something to walk away with as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just interested to see what Sean Bailey can do. Of course, just as spectators, we would love to see the route topped. But sadly, no matter what he does here, Sean, he will not be going to the Olympics. And one thing to bear in mind is, we've got the tripartite invitation, which gets handed out effectively by a jury. But it won't be going to Sean Bailey, even if they felt he deserved it, because America is going to fill its Olympic quota. It is going to be an American man who wins here today. So he doesn't even have that to fall back on, that final option, that final way of getting to the Olympics, because he's definitely going to be beaten by one of his compatriots today. America will send 4 climbers to the Olympics, as will a couple of other nations.
Sean working his way into the toe hook section. Gonna set up for this jump move that we haven't seen too many people struggle with. Danny Valencia had a little bit of a wobble on it, but Sean's through it nicely. Showing a little bit of extra strength with that one arm release. I mean, what are they doing? I need to get on this program.
Yeah, you and me both.
I can almost do a one arm, but like can't get my chin over the very ending part. Looking very calm here, taking a few seconds to rest and shake out. He's not really looking at the top of the route. He must have a really good idea of what he needs to do.
There's Nathaniel Coleman. I hope a little more excited than he looks.
I think he's allowed to be a little tired.
Yeah, it's been a dramatic few days just watching, and as I say, we had Nathaniel Coleman in a press conference yesterday morning in front of the world's climbing media. Now watching Sean Bailey on the wall. The Olympic dream is over for Sean, but he could really change things up here, depending on where he finishes.
He's looking very strong still, doesn't look fatigued at all. No, that is partially his style of climbing. He doesn't ever really look that tired. It's always surprising if he does come off because he looks like he's got it still.
Crowd getting behind Sean Bailey now. They would have loved to see him a little bit higher up the rankings, I'm sure. But he is now climbing just for pride. Of course, he may end up on the podium, which is not too shabby a result by any means, but it's not what he came here for. And he's now up to hold 43, and that's 44 there, 48 the current high point, which is the final black triangular volume.
Reads that section very nicely.
Yeah, reads it to perfection. I mean, he's really showing us in a way what might have been here, Sean, but the day for him really was ruined by what happened earlier on. We always knew he'd put in a good show on the lead wall, and he's already at hole 48 and needs to now go out left. So that's the current high point for Sean Bailey. He's going to move into first place. Could we see a top? Only one more move to go, and it's not an easy one, but Sean Bailey executes it perfectly. He tops the route, and as well as the happiness of topping the route, he must also wonder what might have been.
He hasn't actually clipped that final draw. He's trying to get the slack, and now he's topped the route.
Yeah,
that was a little confusing.
Yeah, a few people running over it looked to say something to the belay. I couldn't really tell what was going on from there. He hadn't run out of time. He had 1:49 left on the clock, so it wasn't like the belay stopped feeding out because he ran out of time, which we have seen in IFSC competition. Sean, I think topping that route has only increased his annoyance that things did not go better elsewhere.
He's definitely not pleased.
No. That's pretty sure it's the first time I've ever seen anyone be the first climber to top a lead route, come down, basically throw their shoes off and storm off the stage. Not a happy man at all, and I can understand why. Really, the day unfolded for him. He got off to a bad start on the speed wall.
There's a little smile.
Yeah, he's still the same old Sean,
yeah.
but
devastating though.
Devastating, yeah, especially when you come out and you show everyone what you can do on the lead wall. And to be honest, he cruised that route.
Oh, 100%. That was not a difficult route for him at all.
Now, if he can cruise it, and the man who bettered him in the lead in the qualifiers do the same. Colin Duffy.
He doesn't know he has to top the route to go to the Olympics, but...
No, I mean, I was just watching the scores refresh and it came up with Colin in first place and I was thinking, what? No. And then I just realised it's because he hasn't yet attempted the lead route, so no. Yeah, only first will do here for Colin Duffy, and that means topping the route, and it also means topping the route quicker than Sean Bailey. So 149 was what we had, I believe, when Sean Bailey came down. So Colin Duffy making his way up the lead wall. First on the lead qualifies him for the Olympics. Anything else, any other result, means that it will be Xander Waller going to the Olympics. It will be an American man. They're going to get all 3 medals almost certainly here in Los Angeles. But the one they want is the gold, because with that they get the golden ticket to Tokyo 2020. So Colin Duffy, he needs a top, and he needs one quickly. Time is much more crucial in the lead part of a combined competition than it is generally in the lead World Cups. It's absolutely vital that he climbs this route quickly. And what is so hard, a bit like we saw with Alana Yip yesterday, they don't know what they need to do, and we do.
Which makes it so much harder for us, but they're just trying to do their best, which is great that they don't know that added pressure, but I mean, to find out after.
But we've seen down the years, I'm thinking Jesse Pilz in Innsbruck in 2018 with Janja Garnbret, and Janja was chalking up before the last move, and actually time was crucial there, and it would have won the World Championship. There is a place at the Olympics riding on whether Colin Duffy climbs this route quickly or not. And he doesn't know it.
He doesn't know it, and I will say, oh, interesting, he's doing that same thing that we saw Danny Valencia do and use that hold that none of the other men have really used. I will say that the clipping issue with Sean at the top will only work in his favor.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It took a long time to clip that top draw, and of course it's only a top when you clip the top quick draw. That's absolutely right. Well, imagine if an Olympic place was decided by that.
But that's another thing
Who'd
too
be a judge?
with Colin. If he gets to the top and he doesn't clip fast enough, like what if that comes down to being the issue?
As I say, I think, and this is completely unofficial, it was only when I looked across at the clock, I think Sean topped with 149 left. That is a completely unofficial stat. I'm just doing the best I can.
And Colin is already looking really smooth into this upper section.
And he's ready absolutely to perfection. Colin Duffy, multiple youth world champion, sensation of several youth world championships. He's now into second place already, but only first will do. Only first is good enough. He needs a top here, Colin Duffy. It's by no means certain that he'll top the route. He's got the right hand and now the left hand, and this is a tricky last move. There's an Olympic slot depending on this. Colin Duffy's done it. He's about to clip the top quick draw. What is the time? Is it enough? I believe it is, but we have to wait and see. He's matched Sean Bailey. He's topped the route. It will come down to time. The judges have a decision to make. It should be relatively straightforward. I believe he was about 40 seconds quicker than Sean Bailey, but it's not official at all. We're just waiting to see what that means. But Colin Duffy may just have booked his slot at the Olympics. If he hasn't, it will be Xander Waller. America will certainly fill their quota for the Olympics, but who will it be? Still we wait to have it confirmed.
Absolute climbing perfection there from Colin Duffy. He had no idea that he had to do that. I'm sure he had some idea that topping would put him in a great position, but I don't think he knows how important the speed of his climbing was going to be. And luckily, naturally, he climbs quite quickly. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens here.
Still awaiting confirmation. It comes through now. Colin Duffy, first place. He was quicker than Sean Bailey. He takes first place in the lead. He ends with 10 ranking points, and he is going to the Olympics. Extraordinary stuff here. Last climber out, deciding that Olympic slot, and Xander Waller actually ends up shifting down into third place because of the way the scores are multiplied. He was sitting in first. If Colin Duffy had missed that last move, if he climbed a little slower, if he'd taken a longer rest or paused on a sequence for any longer, things could have been different. But this combined format provides so many ifs, buts and maybes. As it is, when the dust settles, that top is enough for Colin Duffy. I'm not sure even he knows it. If he does, he's even calmer than I thought. But he is going to Tokyo 2020. Colin Duffy will be an Olympian. Xander Waller looking on there. I'm not sure if Colin Duffy is aware. As I say, he's cool as a cucumber if he does know. And Xander Waller, I think they must know, because Xander Waller being consoled there by various members of Team USA. Zach Gallo, we can see just putting his jacket on a bit closer to the camera. Close, actually only missed out by 6 ranking points. Carlos Granier there, bottom of the screen, came in with high hopes, ended up actually with 70 points. Left himself with a little bit too much to do after he didn't win the speed, which is the discipline where really he needed to find a win. And it is Colin Duffy who takes it. And the triumph of and the tragedy of sport really encapsulated there. There's one man absolutely delighted. Not that you'd know it, I have to say, from his reaction. Colin Duffy playing it very cool, but one man who I think when he's on the plane home to Colorado in the next couple of days, it might just settle in. He's going to the Olympics and 7 Olympic dreams. Everyone else in this final, those dreams are shattered. Only one could be made true here, and it is Colin Duffy's.
I mean, I think talking to a lot of the athletes who have qualified for the Olympics, it does take a second to really set in. And, you know, Colin was one of the athletes who hadn't been competing internationally. So unlike Alana Yip, who this moment had been something she was working for at multiple other events, that success at the end of Pan American Championships was just flowing in for Colin Duffy. Obviously, he's so excited as well, but he didn't have the same near misses that someone like Alana Yip had prior to this event, so the emotions will be a little different.
Yeah, I mean, I think it must, I can only assume it's just shock for Colin Duffy, because he's barely reacted. Yesterday, you couldn't help, even in the commentary box, where no matter what people might think, we are strictly neutral, but yesterday he couldn't help but be swept up in the emotion. Today, Colin Duffy, I don't know if it's just not sinking in or not official. I mean, is there a subject to an appeal? I just can't believe that his reaction is so calm.
I almost think he doesn't officially know, so I think he's containing his excitement. One thing I know that his coach, Robin Rabitou, has taught all the athletes is we don't know until it's final, so she really stresses that they need to keep it together until they officially know. That goes for the coaches as well. You don't ever tell a result too early, so I think he's just waiting for that official word that he did in fact qualify for the Olympics.
We're waiting for scores to refresh. I mean, there's nothing, there's no sign of any technical incidents. Certainly no one's relayed any information to us. So we can only assume that the results are final. Keep refreshing my scores here on my laptop. Refresh, refresh, refresh. And every time they come up with the same answer, which is that Colin Duffy is an Olympian. His day got off to a good start, actually. 5th in the speed is not too bad, considering he came in as the 8th qualifier. Things went well on the boulders, flashed all the zones, and actually only fell once, so he ended up with 3 tops in 4 attempts. And on the lead, he did what we've seen him do in successive Youth World Championships and topped the route, last climber out, and it really came down to time. Normally, if there is a technical incident, you can see people running around and a bit of commotion, but there's none of that right now. But a very different ending to yesterday, much more low-key.
Well, and I also think having the U.S. women in yesterday's competition not be a factor, I think the results were fully figured out faster because we eliminated those 3 women, but here everyone was a factor.
And yeah, the results, I'm assuming, must be final, because the climbers being introduced to the crowd. Xander Waller, who was watching Colin Duffy, knowing that potentially he could have been going to the Olympics if things had worked out differently for Colin, is 3rd. On the left there, Zach Galler And in first place, Colin Duffy. America takes a clean sweep of the medals. Colin Duffy takes a spot at the Olympics. And I think maybe is it sinking in now? That's the closest we've seen to a reaction from Colin. Well, if he's this cool come the Olympics, he could win.
Kind of looks like he's in a little bit of disbelief. Isn't quite sure what's going on. I mean, it's a lot to take in for a 16-year-old.
Amazing stuff. As I say, America taking all the medals, and Colin Duffy going to the Olympics. So as the dust begins to settle, Colin Duffy heads down, and hopefully we can hear from him soon. Apologies yesterday if you watched our coverage when we were trying to get hold of Alana Yip at the end, and it took some time. Yes, as I was saying, sorry, if we took a while to get hold of Alana Yip yesterday, things look a little more promising. I saw Colin Duffy being snagged. And hopefully he's being brought for interview. Can't help feeling sorry for Xander Waller and Zach Galler. Low points totals, 16 for Zach and 18 for Xander. Would have been enough in a lot of combined competitions. Sadly for them, wasn't enough today. Placed on the Pan American Championship podium is not to be sniffed at, but I think you can tell from Zach Galler's expression that that's not what he came here for. They certainly weren't the favourites to take that Olympic slot, but I think sometimes it probably stings a little bit more.
Pretty excited. I don't know. It's not really sunk in yet, but this is pretty amazing. I don't know.
You climbed that lead route absolutely beautifully, and I don't know if you know this, but you definitely needed to move quickly in order to walk away with that first place. How did you stay so calm during that climbing?
I didn't. I don't know. I kind of knew the circumstances and realized that, oh, I've never really had to climb fast like that in a lead final, and I was just trying to cruise my way through it, and it worked out.
Well, you did a great job of doing that. Anyone you want to thank for helping you get to this position and share this with?
Yeah, of course. I'd like to thank my parents, my team ABC Climbing at my home in Boulder, Colorado, and just the whole U.S. team, and I don't know, anyone else who has supported me up to this point.
Well, and at just 16 years old, it is phenomenal that you have qualified for the Olympics. Congratulations. I wish you the best of luck there.
Thank you, Megan.
Apologies there as I talked into the start of the interview. I was not aware it was beginning. Nothing like clear communication. But we did get to hear from Olympian Colin Duffy to give him his full title. And as I was just saying when I got cut off, and obviously got cut off for good reason, Xander Waller and Zach Galler probably didn't come into this competition expecting to take the Olympic slot. Of course they dream, but I think maybe just getting close might perhaps sting that tiny bit more than missing the target by a long distance. They were close, sadly just not quite close enough. But as I say, podium in the Pan American Championships for them, and a slot at the Olympics and the Pan American Championships for Colin Duffy. Amazing stuff here in Los Angeles. Completely different feel to yesterday when we had the tears and the emotion from Alana Yip, but Colin Duffy's actually just walked underneath our commentary position. Looks a little more emotional than he did a moment ago, and Megan Martin is back from having spoken to Olympian Colin Duffy. Is it sinking in, do you think?
He's still a little bit in disbelief. The first thing he said off camera was such a weird round with the bouldering attempts. So I think he's still kind of replaying everything that has happened today, and kind of can't believe it all just worked out for him. I think it's going to take a second to sink in at such a young age.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't know you were about to start your interview, by the way. So
no.
I think
No
we
worries.
we may have cut each other off at some stage. But yeah, amazing stuff. I was just saying, very different feel to yesterday.
I just think that the build just wasn't there in the same way. I mean, Alana having competed in the other 2 qualifiers and narrowly missed it, and Colin didn't have that opportunity to compete those competitions, so when you don't narrowly miss things, I think that the emotions will just be different.
And we were actually having this conversation earlier on before we came on air. There was really no pressure on Colin. I mean, there was on the final route, but in a way he didn't know that. And
Yeah.
But he came here, with no pressure. Everyone had Sean Bailey down as the favourite. He was the man to beat. You had Carlos Grania, who was supposed to win the speed. Colin was kind of there or thereabouts, but I don't think many people had him down as the favourite to win.
Well, and being so young, and I mean, this is only his 2nd year where he's competing in adult competitions and having had success already, but still kind of learning the ropes, you know? So to walk into a competition where there is the potential to qualify for the Olympics, the stress just isn't there in the same way for someone like him who has many more Olympics to come. For 2024, he will still be very young, so doesn't have any signs of slowing down anytime soon.
Yeah, quite amazing stuff from Colin Duffy. That's so amusing that the first thing he wanted to talk about was the boulder round. Yeah, it just hasn't sunk in, I guess.
It really was. That was the very first thing.
As I say, he's been a star of a few youth world championships in recent years. And I, for one, have been looking forward to seeing him step up into senior competition. And I'm looking forward to seeing him even more after this. And we're going to see him on climbing's biggest ever stage, the Olympics.
Well, and with the qualifying into the Olympics, this now gives him a chance to compete internationally after the Olympics, which he hadn't really obtained yet from the national competition. So this is another step towards more experience internationally.
Yeah, I mean, guess looking forward to the Olympics. He's so good on the lead wall and pretty handy on the boulders as well. I guess if you were looking for chinks in his armour, you'd say that lack of experience.
I think that's the biggest one for sure. I think there's nothing that you can do about that.
Yeah.
Everything else, there's ways to increase it, but lack of experience, all you can do is just gain more experience, so it'll take time.
And I've spoken to quite a few climbers and they say it's hard not to be freaked out when you're in isolation and Adam Ondra, Jakob Schubert, Jan Hoyer, all these guys, Tomoa, are warming up alongside you, because you're kind of starstruck and you're kind of watching what they're doing and it can throw you off your game. And that I think is what Colin Duffy will be missing. But he climbs with such kind of freedom.
Definitely.
I'm not sure it'll be a big factor. He just, nothing seems to faze him.
I mean, though he's young, he has been climbing for a really long time, so he's definitely experienced. It's just on more of the youth stage. So, and there is something to be said for even having that experience on the youth stage. Some of the competitors don't get a chance to be able to compete as much as he did internationally and walk away with gold medals in an international youth competition. So set up pretty nicely to transfer into that senior circuit.
There is the podium. Relatively minimalist affair.
Isn't that the trend these days?
I think so, yeah.
At least in the U.S.
And it will be Colin Duffy who stands on top of it. Xander Waller third, Zach Gallert second. I mean, as always in these competitions, but particularly this one where there's only one slot available, we do concentrate on the winner. It's easy to forget that there were 7 Olympic dreams shattered today, as well as one made, but there can only be one person standing on that top step. It was open to everyone this time. There was no country that had filled its quota like we had yesterday. But America will fill its quota in the Olympic Games. They'll send 2 women in Kyra Conley and Brooke Rabbitoon, and they will send 2 men, Nathaniel Coleman and Colin Duffy. And you can see the trophies being wheeled out in the background.
The U.S. team is a pretty young team in general. I think some of the other countries have a few more veterans on their team. Nathaniel Coleman will be the oldest of the U.S. competitors, so a little less experience on the U.S. team in general.
Yeah, true. Two teenagers, in Brooke and Colin. But things are looking good for U.S. climbing.
Most definitely. I think a lot of changes have been made, and a lot of experience in international competition has been the focus of making the teams better, the team better. A decade ago, the support wasn't the same, so now you can have more athletes get to those international competitions and really learn and be successful.
Here are the top three. All-American, they clean sweep the medals. Perfect day for Team USA. They just wanted to get that one Olympic slot filled, but to get all three medals, I'm sure, just a bonus for Josh Larson and all the other coaches and staff members involved at USA Climbing. And finally, Colin Duffy beginning to smile. I think it might be beginning to sink in. There is Xander Waller. He was about 4 minutes away from going to the Olympics, but sadly for him, Colin Duffy came out and in those 4 minutes managed to top the lead route quicker than Sean Bailey had done, and moved himself into first place. And the way this multiplication ranking system works, he then moved down to third from first, Xander Waller. Presented with his trophy, and one day might look back and reflect that third place in the Pan American Championships is not too bad a result, but I suspect that for a few days it might sting a little. Zach Galler as well, same will go for him. Would have been dreaming of that Olympic spot, but probably not expecting it, but we've said it a couple of times, I think sometimes getting close is harder than getting nowhere near. But again, second place across the whole of Pan America is a pretty impressive achievement.
Very impressive achievement. Looks like a Star Wars Barbie doll.
I would expect nothing else at a climbing competition, yeah.
In LA.
Yeah, true. Of course. Colin Duffy, Pan American champion and Olympian. What an extraordinary day for this young man from Colorado. Marco Scolaris, the president of the IFSC, gives him his medal, and I think offering a few words of congratulations, and well earned they are as well. And Marco just saying half congratulations, half commiserations to Zach Galler and Xander Waller, and choreography not quite worked out. We appear to be hearing the Star Spangled Banner as Colin stands on the podium, so we'll just hear the rest of that. There we have it, Colin Duffy, Olympian, quite extraordinary finish to a wonderful championships here in Los Angeles. Thank you to everyone at the IFSC USA Climbing and Sender One who has organised this event. Congratulations to all the medalists, but of course particularly to Alana Yip and Colin Duffy, who booked their place in Tokyo 2020. And Megan, thank you very much for your company over the past couple of days. Absolute pleasure working with you, and hopefully I'll see you later in the year.
That would be lovely. It was great working with you, Charlie.
And thank you to everyone watching at home. It's been a fantastic couple of days here in Los Angeles, and we will see you in about a month's time live from Moscow for the European Championships. Thanks for watching.